Hello. Welcome. It is July 1st. And well, we got a busy day today. I really hope everybody enjoyed their June. I know it got real hard there around the end, but at least for right now, I hope you're all having a good day and you're all having a good July. Today we are opening card packs. Kinda, that thing that we did last time, or not last time, a couple weeks ago at this point. Because, frankly, I think it's about time to do it again. So now I'm gonna work around, placement of things, because I think I had the microphone working 2 weeks ago. Maybe not. Either way, let's see if we can get this going correctly. So we're gonna switch over to this scene. Yes. The good news is I don't need the mouse for very much. I am, however, going to adjust where I am on the screen. So that should work. And so what we've got is I don't have my gloves on. Grab the gloves. Hopefully these won't, feel awful. Alright, glove. Showing off that they are in fact gloves. Okay. I should probably remove that item from my desk before I do too much else, because I don't want the soda all over by these cards. Granted, it is, they're still my cards. I just don't want to accidentally knock a big old wet thing on top of them. Okay. Let's get this other glove on. Okay, gloves are on. So now we've got Kaldheim, specifically the set boosters. You can see it's a sealed package. The plastic is all still there. Hopefully this works, because I'm feeling kind of hesitant about this microphone stand right now. Why am I not feeling comfortable with this microphone stand? I don't know. We'll find out later. In the meantime, I need to find a thing to open with. And being who I am, master of improvisation, we will take a binder clip apart just so I can grab the pointy bit so we can open this box. I haven't really shown off things like my desk very much, because it's my desk. I know a lot of people are like, this is the work area that I have, and I'm just thinking, that's not necessary most of the time. Okay. Last cardboard sheath. Don't need that. We do need, alright, is this, so I can flip this up and go, yep, we've got Kaldheim, whole booster box of set boosters. And I'm going to move this from here because this was a terrible place to try to put it. And now I'll put it over there, where it's fine. Oop. Go. Put that back together. Okay, so what I was going to do, which I might still do, is pull up. I put my keyboard behind my monitor. Of course I did. Why wouldn't I? Why? Of course that's what I did. Why would I have not done that? That would have been silly, just planning this out ahead of time. Call. I can barely type. Kaldheim. So, one of the upsides of opening a slightly older box, like Kaldheim, is at this point in time, most of the prices have settled. So if there is an expensive card, which there are a couple, I'll at least be able to know what it is, as opposed to just guessing. And looks like, for the most part, the expensive cards are Vorinclex, Goldspan Dragon, and Valky. So, like 3 cards. Whatever I paid for this box, I'm probably not going to get back in monetary value, unless there's some really fun stuff. So, also, this box has list cards, because it is a set booster box. And I can't tell you what's on the list at this point. I don't remember. So, we're gonna break into this right away. And it looks like we already get a list card. The good news is, I have a bucket for garbage this time around. I don't have a bunch of open wrappers just lying around. Art card of Almost Odin. What was it? All-Ruined God of the Cosmos. So yeah, there's the art card. And then this is actually the main reason why I initially bought this box of Kaldheim. So, a lot of times, basic lands are easy to come by, and lands that have multiple types are few and far between. However, this one specifically is a forest and a plains, and it's a snow land. Snow being a super type that only certain cards care about. But it is both a forest and a plains. So this is 100% a dual land that you can search up with anything that can look for a forest or a plains. The big thing is it just enters play tapped, which isn't terrible. Alright, Invoke the Divine, 3 mana instant, destroy target artifact or enchantment, gains 1 life. Funeral Longboat. It's a 2 mana artifact vehicle with vigilance, so it doesn't tap to attack. And crew 1. Tap any number of creatures equal to or greater than the total power. Sorry, with total power equal to or greater than the crew number, and this becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. So, that's fun. Yeah, I haven't really done a lot with Kaldheim, but it looks like a fun set. We might end up burning through like all these commons without actually looking at them too much. Best Gear Shield Mate, when it dies, make a 1/1. It's a 2/1 for 2. Warhorn Blast, 5 mana instant. So it's already terrible. Creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. But you can foretell this. Foretell is a mechanic where you can just pay 2 mana and set it aside. Just get it out of your hand. This does not use any sort of speed requirements, except it has to be during your turn. And then you can cast it on a later turn for its foretell cost. So realistically, you're still paying 5 mana, just it's split between turns. Story Seeker, a 2/2 for 2 with lifelink. And it's the Dwarf Cleric. Spectral Steel, 2 mana, enchanted creature gets +2/+2. Exile Spectral Steel to return another target aura or equipment from your graveyard to your hand. That's actually pretty good. That's a reasonable card. I could see this showing up in a few commander decks just to be regular recursion. Divine Gambit. 2 mana, exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment an opponent controls, and then that player puts a permanent card from their hand onto the battlefield. I could make this very bad, but also hilarious. So there are good and bad things for this card. Oh wait, these are uncommons, aren't they? Yeah, you got the common stack, you got the uncommon stack. Alright, the Trickster God's Heist. It's a saga, so it comes into play, you put a counter on it, and then you put a counter on it each turn after you draw. 4 mana, you exchange control of 2 target creatures, exchange control of 2 non-basic, non-creature permanents, and then target player loses 3 life, you gain 3 life. This isn't exciting, it's just, realistically, you have to look at a lot of these sagas from their first ability, because that's the one that you're going to get the most. I could see this thing never hitting turn 3. I could see this thing not hitting turn 2. So, you may exchange control of 2 target creatures. Alright, Old Growth Troll. It's a blur. Come on. Fine, we'll do this. I think it was this way specifically that worked last time. Yeah, so it's a 4/4 for 3 mana with trample. And when it dies, if it was a creature, return to the battlefield. It's an aura enchantment with Enchant Forest you control, and Enchanted Forest has add 2, sacrifice, pay 1, sacrifice this land, create a tapped green troll warrior creature token with trample. So really good if you're in a mono green deck. But also there are other really good cards if you're in a mono green deck. Alright, Glittering Frost, 3 mana. It's a snow enchantment. Enchanted land is now snow, and it taps for an additional mana. So it's like one of those other enchantments that just says this land taps for 1 additional, but it costs 1 more and has the benefit of making your land snow. There are some cards that definitely mention snow mana as a requirement, which is just mana produced from a snow permanent. So if your land is a snow land, it is producing snow mana. Snakeskin Veil is a foil. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, it gains hexproof. For 1 mana. That's not awful. But it's a foil, so we can set this aside. And then our list card is apparently Temporal Manipulation, where you take an extra turn after this one. It was printed in Ultimate Masters, I believe. And I'm gonna regret checking that. 1 second. Alright. I don't understand how much cards are sometimes. Temporal. Manipulation. So, Temporal Manipulation from Ultimate Masters. That's not the correct price. Here we go. Temporal Manipulation from the list. That's what we have. Well, market value is like $22, so I'll take it. That's that'll go in the sleeve nicely. Ooh. Nice little sleeved card. And then just because I want to know what the price of this of the troll is, it's probably not very high. Old growth troll. 24 cents. Yeah, so not bad. The list card definitely paid out. Alright, we got a giant wizard token. So, no card from the list this to go around. Didn't really have a token slot, so. The art card is Sarulf's Packmate. Just looks like one wolf moon. So, still, neat little art. Alright, and then we have Snow-Covered Mountain. Just a basic land, but it's a snow land. That was one of the other deciding factors for a lot of things for Kaldheim, because it's like really snow heavy. A lot of snow lands got cheaper. They used to be really expensive because they were only printed like in 1 or 2 spots. Alright, Master Scald. When it enters the battlefield, exile a creature. If you do, return target artifact or enchantment from your graveyard to your hand. As a 4/4 for 5. But it's a common. It's not the worst, but it's not great. Valor of the Worthy. 1 mana, enchant creature gets +1/+1, and when it leaves the battlefield, create a spirit. That's fine. A 3/3 for 4, Axeguard Braggart. Boast, if you would, I believe if you attack with this creature. you can untap it, but only activate this ability once. Actually, it just says... Yeah, activate this ability only if this creature attacked this turn, and only once each turn. So untapping it is not necessarily part of Boast, but you can pay 2 to untap this and put a +1/+1 counter on it, which you can do at any time during your turn. So if you play him on turn 4, swing in on turn 5, and then you can pay 2 on that turn that you swing, and he attacks as a 4/4 with effective vigilance. Alright. Bound in Gold. Enchant permanent. Enchanted permanent cannot attack, block, or accrue vehicles, and its activated abilities cannot be activated unless they're mana. Nice. This is a good way to shut down planeswalkers. This is one of the best ways to shut down planeswalkers, actually. I do like this card. Shackles of Treachery. 3 mana, gain control of target creature until end of turn. It's active treason. But let's see what else happens. Until end of turn, it gains haste, and when this creature deals damage, destroy target equipment attached to it. So you use this to take your opponent's creature that has stuff equipped to it, and then when it... Oh yeah, it's just when this creature deals damage. Not damage to a player, or damage to another creature. Yeah. Sure, that's fine. Path to the World Tree. 2 mana, enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, search for a basic land and put it into your hand. And then shuffle your library. So this is where I was not very certain, because I could have sworn there weren't too many sets between Kaldheim and Modern Horizons 2. Maybe there were. Oh, there was. It was Strixhaven. I think they did the shuffle change then. So where you no longer have to say shuffle your library, you just shuffle. Let's see, and then you can pay 2 and 1 of every color and sacrifice this enchantment. You gain 2 life, draw 2 cards. Target opponent loses 2 life. This deals 2 damage up to 1 creature, and you make a 2/2 bear. So you have white, blue, black, red, and green abilities. Okay. Yes. Everyone's favorite hotel chain, the 3 Seasons. 2 mana for an enchantment saga. Pay 1, mill 3 cards. That means you put the top 3 cards of your library into your graveyard. And then, Chapter 2, return up to 2 snow permanents from your graveyard to your hand. And 3 is choose 3 cards in each graveyard. Their owners shuffle those cards into their libraries. This isn't great. This is definitely not something you want to play on turn 2 and hope for the best. Alright, then we have, as a rare, the Calamity Bearer. 4 mana, 3/4, but if a giant source you control would deal damage to a permanent or a player, it deals twice that much. So if this were to connect with an opponent, it will actually deal 6 damage. I do like this card. I can see it being very good. Maybe not for what we're doing, but still very good. Then we have Magda, Brazen Outlaw. A Dwarf Berserker, 2 mana, 2/1. With other dwarves you control, get +1/+0. Whenever a dwarf you control becomes tapped, create a treasure token. Sacrifice 5 treasures to search for an artifact or dragon and put it onto the battlefield. That is very strong. I need to set this aside for a deck. I have a dwarf vehicle deck already built, so tapping dwarves isn't a difficult thing to do. Narfi, the Betrayer King. Another legendary creature. This one's a snow creature, and it's a zombie wizard. So other snow and zombie creatures you control get +1/+1. This is where the snow mana actually matters. So if you pay 3 snow mana, you can turn this from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. As a 5 mana legendary that is a lord, that's pretty good. It is a different card frame, though. I just think that's because it's snow. And then the foil is Jarl of the Forsaken. 4 mana, 3/2 with flash. When it enters the battlefield, destroy a target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. And you can foretell this, so it'll still cost the 4 mana. Just you can do it at a later turn, and they can't see it in your hand. Yeah, most of the... Yeah, it looks like most of the monetary value is not in any of these cards that we've opened so far. But that's fine. We've only opened 2 packs. There's another 28, I believe, to go. Because I believe you only get 30 packs in a set booster box. Alright, we have another card from the list. The art card is Notvold Slumbermound. It's either a giant or an elemental. I think it's probably a giant. But look at the little sleepy guy. I don't need the... Oops. I don't need to worry about tokens, for the most part. There's only one token that actually matters, and I think it'll be a foil token at that. Alright, then we have Snow-Covered Mountain. Beskir Shieldmate, we've looked at that one. Warhorn Blast, we've seen that. Story Seeker, we've seen that one too. Master Scald, we've already seen. Valor of the... This is a very white-heavy pack, and we've seen all of these cards. Every single one of these we've already seen. Okay. 2 mana, 2/2, Frenzied Raider. Whenever you activate a Boast ability, put a +1/+1 counter on Frenzied Raider. Alright, sure. And then we only got 1 uncommon. Oh well. We have Kasima, God of the Voyage. Was that any of the important ones? Start to the sea. No, it was not one of the important ones. All right, and if anybody has, anything that they want to say, feel free to. I am just here opening cards. I like doing this. This is fun. Let's see, and so Kasima, God of the Voyage, is a god. 3 mana. Oh, it was like this. There we go. Yeah. 3 mana for a 2/4 god. With the beginning of your upkeep, you may exile this. If you do, it gains whenever a land... Wait. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may exile Kasima. So this card. If you do, it gains whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control. If it's exiled, you may put a Voyage counter on it. If you don't, return it to the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters. and draw X cards, or X the number of voyage counters. Oh, okay, that's not that bad. And then it is a dual-faced card. On the other side, so you can choose either of these to cast, the god or this vehicle. It's the Omen Keel, which is a vehicle. A 3/3 vehicle for 2 mana. Whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, that player exiles that many cards. You may play lands from among these cards as long as they remain exiled. Not bad. Not, like, the best. Alright. Back to here. We have Finn, the Fangbearer. Legendary human warrior. Uncommon at 2 mana. As Death Touch, and whenever a creature you control with Death Touch deals damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters. Why would they have poison counters? Why would they have Death Touch required to give a player 2 poison counters? But it's a different border, so I'll put it in a different spot. Scorn Effigy, a 3 mana 2/3 artifact scarecrow with Foretell 0. So you can pay 2 and just put it from your hand away, and then a following turn you can pay 0 to cast it. This is one of the points in time where Foretell is actually cheaper than paying its mana cost. And it's a foil, so it can go on the foils. And our list card is Saber Ants. 4 mana for a 2/3. Whenever Saber Ants is dealt damage, you may create that many 1/1 green insect creature tokens. I'm going to put list cards in a different spot entirely. Just, aside from the temporal manipulation, which is an expensive card, which has its own separate pile. There's many piles that I'm working with. It's important to open this on camera, otherwise the mystery is lost. Alright, we get a 2/1 Dwarf Berserker token. Come on. Yes. Get that nice art. And this is the art. It is Eradicator Valkyrie. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Not bad looking. Snow-covered plains. Shackles of Treachery, we've seen. Old Maw Champion, we have not seen this one. So, it's a 2/3 for 3 mana, and it can pay 2 to boast, and you tap a target creature. So this one doesn't untap itself, but you can still only activate this after it's attacked. You can activate it before blockers are declared, so it will tap a potential blocker. So that's handy. Alright, Dwarven Reinforcements. 4 mana for a sorcery. Create 2 2/1 red Dwarf Berserker creature tokens. And you can foretell it. So you could possibly play this a turn sooner. Even though it's, still the same amount of mana. Axguard Cavalry. Target creature gains haste until end of turn. It's a 2/2 for 2. Yeah, no complaints about that. Open the Omen Paths. 3 mana instant. Choose one. Either add 2 mana of any one color, and 2 mana of another color. So either get 4 mana, only to cast creature or enchantment spells, or creatures you control get +1/+0. Yeah. That's surprisingly good. Batter Shield Warrior, a 3 mana 2/2. But it has Boast, and creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. This is not a counter, this is just a flat +1. But it goes on to everything. Rune of Sustenance. 2 mana, enchantment aura rune. So you can enchant a permanent with when this enters the battlefield, draw a card. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it has lifelink. And if the enchanted permanent is an equipment, it has equipped creature has lifelink. So realistically, if you need to, you can throw this on a land, but it won't give the land lifelink. Rune of Flight, it is the same effect, just gives flying instead of lifelink, and is blue instead of white. Halvar, God of Battle. If it was the showcase one, then it'd be a little more expensive, but it's not. Still about $6 though. Supposedly. So 4 mana for a 4/4. Sounds good already. Creatures you control that are enchanted or equipped have double strike, meaning they hit twice in combat. And at the beginning of each combat, you may attach target aura or equipment attached to a creature you control to target creature you control. You can have it be the same creature, you can have it be a different one. Of course, the other side of the god, because it's a god, it has 2 sides, is Sword of the Realms. 2 mana legendary artifact. Equipped creature has +2/+0 in vigilance. And when it dies, when equipped creature dies, return it to its owner's hand. Can't really yeah, that's pretty good, actually. It's also a mythic. It's also worth, like, an amount of money, so in a sleeve it goes. An amount of money being greater than $5, so. And then we have a Frost Augur. 1 mana, 1/2. In blue. So that's already really good. Pay a snow, look at the top card of your library. If it's a snow card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you're in the snow deck, that's what you want. And then we have an Immersturm Raider, 2 mana for a 2/1 Demon Berserker. When it enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Yeah, not bad. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna take a quick drink of my soda. Using a napkin to actually grapple the cup itself. Alright. Well, we have another list card. We are 3 for 5 for the list, at least. Coma, Cosmos Serpent is the art. It's got the little gold foil signature. I don't know if that means anything to anybody, but it's there. Yeah, I'm not going to bother trying to look at what the price of those art cards are, because if someone wants them, they'll get them. Alright, we got Snow-Covered Forest. Skull Raid. Target opponent discards 2 cards. And if fewer than 2 cards are discarded this way, you draw the difference. So you can choose an opponent with 0 cards and just draw 2 cards. Or 1 and 1. And it has Foretell, so that's pretty handy. Carfell Kennel Master. 5 mana, 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, up to 2 target creatures each get +1/+0 and indestructible until end of turn. So this is a pretty handy thing to play before trying to swing into an angry board. Raise the Draugr. 2 mana, instant. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand, or return 2 target creature cards that share a type from your graveyard to your hand. I can see that second one being used a lot more than the first one. Unless you only have 1 creature. Whenever, Infernal Pet. It's a 3 mana 2/2. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Infernal Pet, and it gains flying until end of turn. Cool. Village Rites. 1 mana instant. Additional cost, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. So, this is a better version of a different card from, oh god, it was Innistrad, I believe. Altar's Reap, where it was 2 mana, instant speed, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. This is just 1 mana. So, yeah. All for that. Priest of the Haunted Edge. 2 mana, 0/4 snow zombie cleric. And then you can sacrifice this to give target creature -X/-X, where X is the number of snow lands you control. But you can only activate this as a sorcery. This isn't a good card. I would not run this card. Even if you're trying to, be the snow player, it's like sorcery speed removal is not great. Alright. Glimpse the Cosmos. 2 mana sorcery. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 in your hand and the rest on the bottom. That's actually really good. There's cards that exist for that already, but they're usually instants. But, as long as you control a giant, you may cast this card from your graveyard by paying a single blue rather than its mana cost. If you cast it this way, and it would be put in the graveyard, exile it instead. So, it is 2 casts, effectively, if you have a giant. Speaking of a giant, we have the Frostpire Arcanist, a 5 mana 2/5, but it costs 1 less if you control a giant or a wizard. but only one less. If you have 3 giants, it's only one less. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for an instant or sorcery with the same name as a card in your graveyard. Reveal it, put it into your hand. Not very good in limited, which is when you draft or when you have a sealed pool, and too expensive for standard, and unplayable in any format that has singleton restrictions, with the exception of the spell that came out in Strixhaven, that you can have any number of them in your deck. That's about the only time I'd see this guy run. Maskwood Nexus. 4 mana artifact. Creatures you control are every creature type. That's the same for creature spells and creature cards that aren't on the battlefield. Then you can pay 3 and tap to make a 2/2 blue shapeshifter with Changeling, which is every creature type. I tried to make some fun with this card. It's not the best. It's hard to get out. But if you have any, Tribal Matters cards, this is the way to do that. Alright, and our showcase frame is Inga Rune Eyes. 4 mana for an uncommon legendary human wizard. It's a 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, scry 3. When it dies, draw 3 cards if 3 or more creatures died this turn. Okay. I mean, it's okay. It's not bad. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. Foil is demonic. Oh, come on. There we go. Demonic Gifts. Try one more time. I really need to get this to work. Yeah, Demonic Gifts. 2 mana. Until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0, and when this creature dies, return to the battlefield under its owner's control. It's good. It's good to throw on like a blocker with a good enter the battlefield effect, or something that's getting blocked that you want to make sure you'll get back if and when it dies, but you'll also be able to kill what it's blocking it. And the list card, once I put this on the proper pile, Moon Mist. This is from Innistrad block. I can't remember which one it was. Probably whatever the second set was. And I can't remember what that one's called either. So, 2 mana, instant, transform all humans, period. So any human that is that has a transform ability attached to it, you would be able to transform. Then also, prevent all combat damage that will be dealt this turn by creatures other than werewolves and wolves. Only double-faced cards can be transformed. Wait. That wasn't on the initial printing of Moon Mist. Because there are 2 different transforms that are available in Magic. There's the double-faced cards, and then there's the 2-sided cards. By which I don't mean, like, there's the front and the back, like the gods. Those are double-faced cards. there were cards from Kamigawa block where if you completed a certain objective, it would say transform this card. No, it says flip this card. Right, that's a flip card, not a transform. So, come on. There we go. So how's everybody enjoying this so far? Seeing some interesting things. Kind of wish I would have done this a little sooner, but token, we have a human warrior. Come on. Yes. Take a look at that human. The art card is Kaldheim Unleashed. Presumably it's a lot of Valkyries. Then we have let's get that going back to normal. Set that to now. Okay, so we have a snow-covered plains, Gold Maw Champion, which we've seen, Dwarven Recruitments, Reinforcements, sorry, we've seen that as well, Axguard Cavalry, Open the Omen Paths, this is a new one, Tormentor's Helm, 1 mana for an artifact equipment, equipped creature gets +1/+1, and whenever it becomes blocked, deals 1 damage to a defending player. With equipped for 1. That's fine, actually. Hey, I need to do a thing real quick. This is gonna look dumb, but come on. Okay, cool. Back there. Because I had calibrated my cameras before I moved my monitors, which then messed with the calibration of the camera. Alright, yeah, no, this equipment is good. It incentivizes blocking and then punishes your opponent for doing it. Port of Carfell. Enters the battlefield tapped, taps to add a blue, and you can sacrifice it to mill 4 cards. And then put a creature card from your graveyard onto the battlefield, tapped. But that's 6 mana and this land. So you're pumping 7 mana effectively into this ability. So you'd best hope you have a good card in your graveyard before you mill the 4. Because otherwise you are cruising for a bruising there. 4 mana for an enchantment saga, Carter's Vicious Return. You may sacrifice a creature. When you do, this deals 3 damage to any target. That's a different card, so that's fine. Each player discards a card. Okay, sure. And then return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on it. It gains haste until your next turn. So this is nice if you can get it to the last ability. If you can't, it's kind of medium. Immerstrom Skullcairn. It taps for black. You pay 4 and tap and sacrifice to deal 3 damage to target player. And then they discard a card. But you can only activate this when you can cast a sorcery, which means you have to do this during your turn. At least this guy doesn't say you have to do it during your turn. You could do this during your opponent's turn. This one you have to do during your turn. This is awful. I don't like this. And then our rare is a Blight Step Pathway. It's taps that at black. Or you could play it as a Sear Step Pathway, which taps to add a red. They had some fun with the modal lands. This came after that last time we went to Zendikar. So I don't know if we're still doing modal lands for standard or not. Alright, our Snow Matters card is a Pilfering Hawk. 2 mana, 1/2 with flying. Pay a snow, tap, draw a card, discard a card. And our foil is a Giant Ox, a 2 mana 0/6, which crews vehicles using its toughness rather than its power. So this crews as a 6, which is amazing. Alright, we don't even get a token. We get a silly side game. This is like not great. Like I at least keep tokens. Okay, so there's the art. We'll try to focus on the art. What was this card again? Frenzied Raider. So we do have a copy of this card. The art's not bad. Then we have Arctic Treeline. A Forest Plains, which I could swear was the first card we opened, right? Yeah, it was in fact the first card that we opened. It was Arctic Treeline. It was the only other snow dual land I think we've had. Tormentor's Helm, we've seen. Hoggy Mob. 5 mana, 5/4 with Boast. It deals 1 damage. Not amazing. Like, at all. Breakneck Berserker. It's a 3 mana, 3/2 Dwarf Berserker with haste. Yeah, that's fine. Run Amok. Target attacking creature gets +3/+3 and trample until end of turn. For 2 mana, fine. Ruined Crown. When this enters the battlefield, you may search your library, hand, and or graveyard for a rune card and put it onto the battlefield attached to Ruined Crown. If you search your library this way, shuffle it. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, and presumably what other effects the rune has. So, yeah, sure. You'll still get the draw card when the rune enters play. Rune of Speed. So you'll still get the draw card effect, and then it'll have +1/+0 and gives haste. Sure, yeah, that's fine. Weathered Runestone. Non-land permanent cards in graveyards and libraries cannot enter the battlefields. So that shuts down a couple things. Mostly a lot of cards from when we came back to whatever the ancient Greece plane was. I can remember it. I can't remember it. I'm not remembering the name of the plane. But it had the escape mechanic to where you can pay a different cost and exile cards from your graveyard to bring this card back from your graveyard into play. Also, players can't cast spells from graveyards or libraries. So it also hosts Flashback. Neat. Ah, Rune of Might. +1/+1 and Trample. That's all but the black rune. Runeforge Champion. 3 mana 2/3 with when it enters the battlefield, search your library and or graveyard for a rune card and put it into your hand. And you can pay one generic, rather than pay the mana cost for rune spells. Which every rune spell so far has just been 2 mana. So all it does is remove the color requirement cost. Still not bad. And then we have Firja, Judge of Valor. A 5 mana 2/4 with flying and lifelink. And like fairly metal art. Not gonna lie. And whenever you cast your second spell each turn, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one in your hand and the rest on the bottom. And the rest in your graveyard. Not fantastic. Not the best ability, but not a bad card. Actually, that's a lie. It's a 2/4 for 5 mana. It's not a great card. So, and then we have, as our foil, Wings of the Cosmos. 1 mana, instant speed. Target creature gets +1/+3 and flying until end of turn. Untap it. Which means I could use my... Come on. I could use my Giant Ox. Come on. Focus up. There we go. I could use my 0/6 Giant Ox to crew up some sort of large vehicle and then untap it and give it an additional +3 toughness to crew up an even larger vehicle. There's not a lot that happens with vehicles anymore. Like, a lot of people, or the designers, are still trying to be like, oh hey, cool, we have these other vehicle cards. Vehicles is still a mechanic that we focused on, and we're not gonna just have that go away. Looks like we have a list card. So that's good. And then it looks like the art card is Firja, Judge of Valor, which is what we just opened. Oh. That's different art. I much prefer the art on the showcase then. This is, like, awful look. Like, this doesn't look great. I would much rather have the one that we opened. Alright. Volatile Fjord. It's blue-red. Vault Rock. Come on. Vault Robber. 2 mana for a 1/3. As pay 1 and tap and exile a creature card from your graveyard to create a treasure token. Not bad. Might find some use in like a really janky modern deck that involves a lot of treasure. Now we have a Tuskeri Firewalker, 3 mana, 3/2, with Boast. Pay 1, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. So you'll definitely want to do that before you spend all of your mana. We have seen an Immerstrom Raider. Seize the Spoils. 3 mana sorcery. As an additional cost, discard a card. What was that? Ah, that's fine. And then draw 2 cards and create a treasure token. There's already cards that are like 2 mana, discard a card, draw 2 cards. And you can even do that at instant speed. Is sorcery speed and 1 more mana worth a treasure token? Hard to say. Smashing success. 4 mana instant, destroy target artifact or land. If you destroyed an artifact, make a treasure token. Huh. There's land destruction still in standard then. Neat. Craven Hulk. 4 mana for a 4/4 giant coward. So they have printed the coward type. They had it printed once before, but they're printing it again. Craven Hulk cannot block alone. A lot of times I see things like can't attack or block alone. This can attack alone though. Just can't block alone. Alright, we have Inga Rune Eyes, again, this time in the regular border and regular art. And apparently that's our only uncommon. Now we have Battle of Frost and Fire. 5 mana. When it comes in, it deals 4 damage to each non-giant creature and each planeswalker. Then the next turn you scry 3. And finally, if it can survive until turn 7, whenever you cast a spell with converted mana cost 5 or greater, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Sorry, whenever you cast a spell with converted mana cost 5 or greater this turn. Meaning, you're anticipating trying to be able to get multiple uses out of it? Probably not going to happen. Our snow card is Icebreaker Kraken. It's a 12 mana 8/8, but it costs 1 less for each snow land you control. So, you can possibly get this down for 2 mana. When it enters the battlefield, artifacts and creatures target opponent's controls don't untap. And then return 3 snow lands you control to their owner's hands to return this to its owner's hand. So it has pseudo protection, it just makes it cost more next time. Worth it. I guess we had 3 rares. Surtland Elementalist, 7 mana for an 8/8. Wait. Yeah. Alright. As an additional cost for the spell, reveal a giant or pay 2 more. So it could be 9 mana for an 8/8. But when it attacks, you cast an instant or sorcery spell from your hand without paying its mana cost. This will probably never see any use in Standard. I don't even see a way I can put this into my Commander deck that cares about doing dumb things. Our foil is Shimmerdrift Veil. It's a snowland, comes into play tapped, and you choose a color. It just taps for whatever color that you chose. Our list card is a Spike Weaver. Ooh. 4 mana for a 0/0 that comes into play with 3 +1/+1 counters. It has pay 2 and remove a +1/+1 counter on it to put a +1/+1 counter on a creature, or pay 1 and remove a +1/+1 counter. Creatures deal no combat damage this turn. There are uses for this card, because there's creatures that say, hey, resurrect a creature with power 2 or less, 3 or less. Just put it right on the battlefield, and anything that's a 0/0 that comes into play with +1/+1 counters is a 0/0. So it'll always come into play with those. Spike Weaver's not an expensive card, though. I know that. I should know that for a fact. I'm just still gonna check. Yeah, $2. Not amazing, but I can understand why it costs what it costs. Okay. Let's open another pack. We have a bird token. Just a 1/1 flying bird. Bird. The art is Burning Rune Demon, so it might look real cool. Yeah, I'll give it that. Looks pretty cool. You can see the nice skulls in the background there. Sure. Snow-covered plains. Demon Bolt. Just 3 mana, instant speed, deal 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. But you can foretell it, so you can cast it for 1 later on. But you still have to pay the 2 to exile it from your hand. Undersea Invader. A giant rogue, 5/6 for 6 mana, enters the battlefield tapped, but it has flash, so you can play it during your opponent's end step. Squash. 5 mana instant, but it costs 3 less if you control a giant. Just deal 6 damage to target creature or planeswalker. The troll had recently crushed a human in much the same way. Sadly, he expired too quickly to appreciate the irony. Cinderheart Giant. A 7 mana 7/6 with trample, and when it dies, it deals 7 damage to a creature an opponent controls, chosen at random. Because that's how you make fun mechanics. Make it random. Gold Vein Pick. 2 mana equipment. Pay 1 to equip. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. But when it contacts the opponent, deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. Yeah, okay. Good way to get treasure. Kaya's Onslaught. I forgot Kaya was still doing stuff at this point in time. Target creature gets +1/+1 and gains double strike until end of turn. That is actually a very good foretell combat trick. Because 1 mana for double strike or +1/+1, definitely worth it. And it looks like she might have actually killed off the Praetor. Vorinclex. Nico defies destiny. Goes bowling with his cousin. So, 3 mana. You gain 2 life for each foretold card you own in exile. As opposed to just each card you own in exile. Pay 2 mana, spend this only to foretell cards, or to cast cards that have been foretold. And return target card with foretell from your graveyard to your hand. Good card in the right deck. Otherwise, it's a pointless card. Rise of the Dreadmarn. 3 mana instant. Make X 2/2 black zombie berserker creature tokens, where X is the number of non-token creatures that died this turn. Solid. Absolutely great. You do this after a Wrath of God effect, and you are living large. And it has foretell, so you can make it even cheaper. Then we have Birji, God of Storytelling. 3 mana, whenever you cast a spell, add a red. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. But creatures you control can boast twice during each of your turns rather than once. That's good. The artifact is Harnfell, Horn of Bounty. 5 mana as opposed to the god's 3 mana. Discard a card, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those this turn. Okay. So, you draw a land after, like, you're top decking, and then you can just be like, I need to remove that land from my hand and get maybe anything else. And then if you get a land off of it, you can still play that land. There is a dumb thing to do with her. And I can't remember exactly what it is. It's like her, the red monument from, it's Hazaret's monument, which makes your red creatures cost 1 less. And, oh god, there's a specific elemental that exists where you can pay 1 to sacrifice it. No, pay 1, return it to your hand, I believe. And you get its mana into your mana pool. Or is it tap and return it to your hand? I don't remember exactly. But there's it's like those 3 cards, and you can generate red mana. So it's not the best. It's a 3-card combo, and it's not good. The Snow Matters card is Shimmer Drift Veil, we've seen. And the foil is Karnfell Kennelmaster, which we have seen again. But now we can actually see that in the background it's two doggos. Alright. I hope everyone's day is going good. It's about 12:30. Make sure you're keeping track of, you know, what you need to be doing for your day. If you need to take medication, take medication. If you need to eat, eat. Just remember, I'm just some weird guy on the internet trying to be helpful. We have a treasure token. Yeah, McChammy, I'm just trying to be helpful. Cole the Forge Master. Oop, upside down. Nah. Putting his heart and soul into this sword that's twice the size that he is. And then we've got, oh, whoops. That pile's starting to get a little tall. I might have to put it into the box shortly. We've got Ice Tunnel, which is the blue-black snowland. I'm trying to get the Vorinclex. It's taken some time, but... And then since these are only the set boosters, I don't think I'm actually going to open the Phyrexian one. Otherwise, it'd still be worthwhile. We've got Litjara Kinseekers, the first actual creature with Changeling that we've opened this whole day. When it enters, if you control 3 or more other creatures that share a type, put a +1/+1 counter on this, and then scry 1. It's a 4-mana 2/4. Even as a 4-mana 3/5, that's okay. It does fill out decks very well, though. Berg Strider. When it enters the battlefield, it's a 4-mana 5/5. Tap a target artifact or creature an opponent controls, and if snow was spent it sleeps it for a turn. It doesn't untap during the next untap step. Yeah, okay. Reasonable. Pilfering Hawk we have already seen today, so that's not too bad. Getting a lot of snow cards this pack. Frostbite. Just 2 damage as a snow instant. And if you control 3 or more snow permanents, it deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker instead. Gates of Istfell. Enters tapped, taps out a white, spend 6 land to gain 2 life and draw 2 cards. Not, like, these are just way too expensive for what they do. If you didn't have to tap this to sacrifice it, maybe. If this cost 1 less as an ability, maybe. If it was 5 lands, gain 2 life, draw 2 cards, sure. On a land, that's great. Because you have to pay 5 mana and then tap and sacrifice this, it's not good. Vega the Watcher. 2/2 with flying for 3 mana. Legendary Bird Spirit. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, draw a card. This is good. Because of all that foretell stuff that's going on. And thank you for the follow, McChammy. I very do appreciate it. Yeah, but yeah, so because of all of the foretell for this set, this can be a very strong card. It's really handy in Commander. You can build a nice Commander deck around it, especially with Suspend. Suspend is the other mechanic. And then the greatest counterspell of this set, Saw It Coming. If you foretell it, it's actually more expensive than if you were to just cast the spell itself. But it's a good thing to get to say to somebody. Like, nope, sorry, I saw that coming. War Chanter Scald. When it becomes tapped, if it's enchanted or equipped, you make a Dwarf Berserker. 3 mana, 2/3. Yeah, not bad. Especially because it just becomes tapped. I think you can for excellent version. Well, if it's possible, then who knows? But either way, just regular Vorinclex is still a good pull. And Showcase Vorinclex is still a good pull. And I know both of those could be within the set boosters themselves. Alright, and then we've got Bark Channel Pathway, which is green. Come on. And the blue one, oops, is Tide Channel Pathway. So this is either green or blue. You can, again, choose one or the other. The Snow Matters card from the set, or from this pack, even though we had a lot of snow cards, is the Frost Peak Yeti. Sorry, Frost Peak Yeti. There's only one S in the name. 1 in the snow and it just can't be blocked. This is a good card. This is great for if you're trying to build the snow deck in limited formats. Not so good in standard, because it's a 3 mana 3/3 that is just going to get blown out of the water by any of those things that deals 3 damage. Foil being Dwarven Reinforcements. Good to see this. But we have seen it before. Alright, I'm going to move some of these packs real quick, because this stack of commons is getting a little tall. Now, normally that would, throw some sort of wrench in people that try to keep track of where packs are and make sure that, oh, this spot is definitely supposed to have a good card in it or not. I don't like map packs, map boxes, because I'm a regular player. Kind of odd. Is this side a token? No, it's just telling people to play Arena. That's... Again, that's worse than a rules card, because, yeah, I can tell someone to go play Magic Arena too. Yeah, I've never known exactly how to map boxes either way. And if they have removed the ability to do that, that's all the better, because it was getting to a point where a lot of people were, I believe, disenfranchised from buying from smaller game stores or even bigger game stores. And then this is a copy of Revitalize. Nice card. Nice art. We have yet to encounter this card, so we'll see what it does when we do. Alright. We've got a Sulphurous Mire. I believe the first time we've encountered the red-black Snowland. Frostpeak Yeti again. Shimmerdrift Veil again. It is good seeing multiple copies of certain cards because, like, you might need a playset if you're gonna use them in decks. I don't actually know what's supposed to be in Standard right now. I'm pretty sure Kaldheim is still in at least until the start of next year. But I cannot remember. There's a place to go and look up what's in Standard. Yeah, it's the question of whether or not it leaves Standard at the first set of next year, which is not the Forgotten Realms set, because that's still within this year. Or if it happens after September of next year. Throne, Zendikar, and Corset are all rotating at the new Innistrad. Oh! Right! Throne of Eldraine is still in Standard right now. I forgot about that. That was a while ago, wasn't it? Huh. Like, once they banned the cat from being played, I really didn't care anymore about Throne of Eldraine. Also because it was around that time I stopped going to school, and God, that was over a year ago. That was right at the start of the whole pandemic thing. Oh, not Zendikar, Ikoria. I didn't open a single thing from Ikoria. Okay, so if Throne, Zendikar, and the Corset are rotating out, that means the return to... I can never remember the name of the plane. Okay, so we have Zendikar, Kaldheim, and Theros. Oh, Theros 2 is rotating. Okay. So we're losing Throne, Zendikar, Corset, and Theros all at the start of next year. Or whenever the rotation actually happens. Was there a Corset this year? I mean, clearly we haven't done anything, and it's it's like July 1st, so if they haven't announced a Corset, I don't think we had a Corset this year. Oh, D&D is the Corset this year. Well, okay. Sure. Yeah, I am interested to see how the D&D set will go. I just don't think it's gonna be good for draft, probably, just not good for standard play. Probably really fun for Commander. We're gonna see a lot of stuff built around that. All right, we've got Mistwalker still. Depart the Realms, another nice foretell card. It's almost Boomerang. I can't remember what they decided to print as non-land permanent. I still prefer Boomerang because you can bounce lands if you need to. Carfell Harbinger, 2 mana, 1/3. Tap to add a blue, but you can only do it to only use it to foretell cards from your hand or cast an instant or sorcery. Yeah. Nice, solid blue ramp. Raven form. Just get rid of a thing, exile target artifact or creature, and then its controller makes a 1/1 blue bird creature with flying. Oh, it's a sorcery. Nah, if it wasn't a sorcery, then it'd be bonkers. Like, I'd be willing to pay more mana to cast it from Foretell. But it's a sorcery, so it's still usable, just not stupid bonkers. Fearless Liberator. 2 mana 2/1 with Boast. Make a dwarf. Okay. Sure, yeah, that's fine. Dwarven Hammer, 3 mana equipment, equip 3. When it comes into play, you may pay 2. If you do, make a dwarf and attach it to the dwarf. The equipped creature gets +3/+0 and has trample. This is akin to the Loxodon Warhammer, which is +3/+0 trample and lifelink. But it also costs the same amount to cast and equip. I'd rather have the Loxodon Warhammer, honestly. Even though you could pay 2 mana and have this already on a body. The lifelink is really what sets that one apart. Alright, we have King Narfi's Betrayal. This card is so bad compared to other equipments in this set. Yeah. Honestly, it's not the best. The Bearded Axe is way better, in my opinion, only because of, like, other cards, like the 7 Dwarves. Because, like, cool, I just get +1/+1 for each dwarf I control. How would I not equip that to something? Let's see, yeah, King Narfi's Betrayal, 3 mana. Each player mills 4 cards, and then you exile a creature from among them. And... oh, from each graveyard. Oh, just from each graveyard. And then, the next 2 chapters are until end of turn, you may cast spells that you exiled with this card. Spend mana as over mana of any color. Yeah, that's doable. That's a reasonable card. Reasonable effect, get nice sudden benefit. Or, well, not sudden benefit. You have a possibility of reaping a good reward. And you just straight up exile cards from your opponent's library. And graveyard. So you could remove one of their key pieces that you don't want them to have. Alright. Agar, the Freezing Flame. A 3 mana 3/3 giant. Oh my god, a giant that costs a reasonable amount. Whenever a creature or planeswalker an opponent controls is dealt excess damage, if a giant, wizard, or spell you controlled dealt the damage, draw a card. Oh, sorry, just dealt damage to it this turn. Okay. Yeah, this is great. This is a good card. Berg Strider, yet again. It just sleeps an artifact. Alright, we've got a Dwarf Berserker token, which we have had already. Good to get more of them, though. The art is Gates of Istfil. It's that land. We have a foil snow-covered swamp. So that might be the foil that we got. Augury Raven, a 4 mana 3/3 with flying. But you could foretell it, so it could be something you cast on turn 3 instead of turn 4. Behold the Multiverse. 4 mana instant, scry 2, then draw 2. Yeah, that's fine. Foretell was a card, scry 2, draw 2 at, I believe, 4 mana. But that was a sorcery. So... Also, this card has Foretell. So, it's kind of weird having a mechanic named that's the same that a card was named. But we can't do much about that at this point, can we? Scorn Effigy, we've seen before. Still a good thing to play out. Disdainful Stroke. Counter target spell with converted mana cost 4 or greater. 2 mana instant. It's a solid counter spell. It just sometimes is not what you want it to be. Because sometimes those 3 mana spells are the ones that cause you the most problems. Bind the Monster. 1 mana enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature. It deals damage to you equal to its power. And then it doesn't attack. Oh, okay. So that's the condition for tapping it. It just deals damage to you equal to its power. Now the problem with that is if it was already tapped, it'll still deal damage to you equal to its power. So that would be a nice clause of if it was untapped, it deals damage to you equal to its power, aside from just dealing damage to you either way. Still, solid removal. Annul, counter target artifact or enchantment spell with 1 mana. That's great. That is a good, solid spell. Definitely helpful, even in like modern and especially now that we've got larger problems with. Well, I don't know. I don't follow modern too much. I just want to believe that there's nice, fun decks to play, and Annul solves some of the issues. Like, especially against Boggles? Because most of those are enchantment-based. There are, again, other better solutions. But just not letting them get the enchantment out is a good one. Alright. Now, come on. Focus in. Forging the Tyrite Sword. 3 mana, create a treasure token twice. And then search your library for Halvar, God of the Battle, or an equipment card. Because Halvar can become a sword. Reasonable to search for him. Good enchantments. Sorry, this is a Gilded Assault card. I thought it was Goblin Assault card, and I was like, what kind of Goblin Assault card will we have? Oh, I have to take care of this later. Alright, so Gilded Assault card. It's a 5/1 with trample. It's a vehicle, so clearly it's not gonna always do something. And it has crew 2. So you can turn 2 power into 5 reasonably. Sacrifice 2 treasures to return it from your graveyard to your hand. Not the battlefield. Battlefield would have been nice, but I guess just too strong for that card. Dragonkin Berserker. It's a 2 mana 2/2 with first strike. That's great. That's a good way to do it. And both abilities you activate cost 1 less to activate for each dragon you control. And it has boast. which just makes dragons, which makes its boast ability cheaper. Yeah, it's a nice card. It probably sees some play somewhere. I don't see boast being a thing. Then again, I haven't played like physical, actual paper Magic for a long time, and I haven't done Arena for a while because it's hard to justify using all of my wild cards when I only have like 3 rare wild cards. And anytime they reprint something, you don't really get to use the reprint stuff. The Tutor Boast is probably the only good one for Commander. There's a Tutor Boast? Huh. Okay. I actually didn't know that. Alright, we've got Hailstorm Valkyrie, 4 mana for a 2/2 with Flying and Trample. But you can pay double Snow to give it +2/+2. So this is a solid card. Definitely worth it. And the foil is Struggle for Skemfar. 4 mana sorcery, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, and then it fights something else that you don't control. The Foretell actually makes it cheaper than just regular casting, so that's good if you're gonna run something to fight. Nope. Well, I'm not getting a lot of list cards at this point. That just means they're going to be in the rest of the packs, so that's fine. You don't gamble for all that. That's why we just open the packs to open the packs. Svella, Ice Shaper. Ooh. Japanese War of the Spark Box. I don't know what those ones are actually going for at this point. I know Liliana is still primo dollars, but I think you might still be pretty good if you pick up the Strixhaven packs for the Mystical Archive. I think some of those are still pretty good, monetarily. Now, that is, of course, if you're looking to, unload those cards. If you want them for their art and what they are to you, then absolutely do it. It's not a gamble unless you are only looking for one card. But like, I have this box. I'm not, strictly looking for a single card. If I wanted to, I could open 4 boxes of Strixhaven. Ah, nice. Alright. Brine Barrow Intruder. 1 mana, 1/2 human rogue with flash. That's, good. That's really good. Why is this an okay card? When it enters, target creature your opponent controls gets -2 and is -0 until end of turn. This is a great card. This is an amazing card for what it is. Mists of Litjara, enchanted creature or vehicle. Oh, come on. Try again. Alright, so 2 mana with flash, enchanted creature gets -3/-0. So you can throw this on a vehicle to just make it weaker. Ah, strategic planning. That's the card that's the worst version of the card that costs less, or that you can play from your graveyard if you have a giant. Also, why did they reprint this? Well, I guess because the last time they printed it was Amonkhet, so it should have been out of standard at this point. But still, it's a weird reprint when cards like Impulse are the same thing but instant speed. They keep reprinting it. Yeah, I think they're trying to cut down on the ability that they have, or the ability that people have to play large, fast blue decks, which is why it's sorcery speed. Still one of the weirder reprints from, I think it was Portal 2? I think it was in the second Portal and not in Portal 3 Kingdoms, because it would have had a much different name. The Colossal Plow. 2 mana 6/3 with Crew 6. When it attacks, add 3 white mana and gain 3 life. Mana doesn't leave as phases end. So this is great because you can get this down on turn 2 and then play the Giant Ox on turn 3, crew it immediately, and swing in for 6. And then also get 3 mana. So on turn 3, you would have 4 mana available to you for combat tricks and or other post-combat shenanigans. You gain 3 life, and your opponent's down a bunch of health or some blockers. Colossal Plow is a good card. Alright, Armed and Armored. 2 mana instant, vehicles become creatures until end of turn. Choose a dwarf, attach any number of equipment you control to it. You don't even need the Giant Ox. You could just play this. But this is only a one-shot. The Ox is around forever. And this can make all of your vehicles creatures, not just one of them. I'm actually going to put this to the side for real quick to throw into my equipment, or the vehicle deck. Hey, the Bearded Axe. +1/+1 for each dwarf equipment and or vehicle you control. Very good. If you're running that deck. I do already have one in the deck though, so I'm always happy to see another copy of it. Let's see, 1 mana, Giant Armlets. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 4. If you do, make a giant, then attach this to the giant. Otherwise, equipped creature has +0/+1 and hexproof as long as it's untapped. Alright, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I would just, like, rather have regular hexproof. Or even conditional hexproof, where I can pay to give it hexproof until end of turn. Like the old, blue ring. But otherwise, not terrible. Giant's Grasp. 4 mana for an aura, enchanted giant you control. When this enters the battlefield, gain control of target non-land permanent for as long as Giant's Grasp remains on the battlefield. So that's 2 different creatures, or 2 different targets, that your opponent could attempt to nullify. It is, of course, a gain control of effect, mind control and the like, but that's... You have to have a giant, so So you have to target a giant you control. They could kill that giant. Just right out. So this will fizzle. Or they let you play it, and then when you decide to try to target something of theirs, they kill the giant. Or they give their thing hexproof. Probably just killing the giant, because killing the giant is effectively 2-for-1ing yourself, is what this is. You lose 2 cards at the cost of their 1. But in, like, limited, like this, it's probably fine. The Blood Sky Massacre. Nice art. Let's see if we can probably focus. Alright, cool. So 3 mana for a Saga. Create a 2/3 red Demon Berserker token with Menace. Already okay. And then whenever a Berserker attacks, this turn, draw a card and lose a life. Neat. And then on turn 3, you add a red for each Berserker you control. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana. Yeah, if you go heavy Berserkers, I can see this being a worthwhile venture. Alright, Boreal Outrider. Whenever you cast, sorry, it's a 3/2 for 3. Whenever you cast a creature spell, if snow is... Wait. If snow of any of that spell's colors was spent to cast, that creature enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter. So specifically snow of any of the colors. So the blue-red giant, if snow was spent on the blue or red, it would get a +1/+1 counter. If snow was spent on both the blue and the red, it would only get 1 +1/+1 counter. But if I tapped green snow for it, I would not get a +1/+1 counter. I'd rather this just read, if snow was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on it. But that might be an older card. And foil is Demon Bolt. 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker with Foretell. Alright. Oh hey, it's 1 o'clock. I'm gonna take a quick drink of my drink. Ah, tasty. Alright, we've got an Elf Warrior token. Interesting art. Feels right for the realm that we are in. The art is Ingo Runai's. We have seen 2 different copies of her art. What we have is the initial cards art, so not the showcase art. Come on. Focus. You know what? We're going to use this to focus again. Yeah, there we go. Not bad, but not amazing. We have a snow-covered swamp. And then, give me 1 second, I'm going to check a thing. We've got the... Come on. This is getting less and less reliable as a focusing mechanic, I guess. Oop. A lot of stuff falling over. Okay. There. Maybe now I can at least keep track of how loud I've been being on the microphone, because that box has just been covering it up. We've got Frost Peak Yeti, Shimmer Drift Veil, Mistwalker, Depart the Realm. We've seen all these cards before. Carfell Harbinger, Raven Form, Augury Raven. Was that just all blue? And then we've got a... Oh, come on. We've got a Valkyrie's Sword. So 2 mana equipment with equip 3. Equipped creature gets +2/+1. But when it comes into play, if you pay 5 mana, you get a 4/4 Flying Vigilance Angel token. So you can make... If you pay, 7 mana, you get a 6/5 with Flying and Vigilance. This isn't a good equipment. There are definitely better. The equip cost is too high for what it is. And Toski, Bearer of Secrets. 4 mana, 1/1 that cannot be countered, cannot be killed, cannot be stopped. Attacks each turn if able. And whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. You never really look at that last... I haven't looked at that last line ever. Probably very fun to play. Probably replaces cards like... the blue-green one that says whenever an opponent takes damage from a creature, its controller draws a card. Maybe. It's not. Probably not. But it is green. Just straight green. And a lot of times green creatures can get in where you don't think it will. Blizzard Brawl. 1 mana for a sorcery. Choose target creature you control and target creature you don't control. If you control 3 or more snow permanents, the creature you control gets +1/+0 and indestructible. Then those creatures fight. Yeah, that's a great fight card. Elder Fang Disciple. 2 mana, 1/1 Elf Cleric. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. Yeah, that's great. It used to be a rat that did that, but I think it was target opponent. Or each player. So, having an elf do that with each opponent? We have the foretell slot. So you can after you foretell a card, you can place it here as opposed to just in exile, so you don't get your cards mixed up. The art is Vengeful Reaper. I mean, it's good art. Come on. Focus on the words. Focus. It helps if I have this pointed in the correct direction. Focus on the words. There we go. And then we get the nice art there. We have Snow-Covered Swamp. Oh, we haven't seen this one yet. Run Ashore. 6 mana instant. Choose one or both. Either target opponent... Sorry. The owner of target non-land permanent puts it on top of their library. And or return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. So you can bounce 2 of your opponent's things. Or your thing, if you so very much want to. Draugr Thought Thief. It's a zombie rogue. 3/2 for 3 mana. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top card of target player's library, and you may put that card into their graveyard. I mean, you could leave it on top and give them a land when it's later on in the game, and they don't need lands. 3 mana Grim Draugr. It's a 3/2. Pay 1 and a snow, and it gets +1/+0 and gains menace until end of turn. I mean, menace with a pump ability is fine. You can kill a lot of things that way. Dual Strike. 2 mana instant. When you cast your next instant or sorcery spell with converted mana cost 4 or less this turn, copy that spell. Wait, really? Okay. I like having dual spells. Yeah, that's a great card. Fire Giant's Fury. 2 mana sorcery, target giant you control gets +2/+2, and trample. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player this turn, exile that many cards from the top of your library. Until the end of their next turn, you may play those cards. Sure, if you're in a giant beatdown deck. I saw a lot of wizard giants, so maybe not beat down so hard. But then again, we have Invasion of the Giants. So you can scry 2 when you play it. Then if it survives the turn, draw a card, and you may reveal a giant from your hand. When you do, it deals 2 damage to target opponent or planeswalker. Right, since it has to be an opponent or planeswalker, it can't read target player. And then the next giant spell you cast this turn costs 2 less. But only the next one. You can only get that effect once. Surtling Frostpire. Sacrifice it to scry 2, and then it deals 2 damage to each creature. Like, I've been middling on each of these lands. This is not a good one. This can be acceptable. If you're, let's see, red-blue, you scry 2, and then you deal 2 to each creature. At 6 mana, that's... I have to remember that because this is on a land, it will have a mana cost added to it because it's not like it's not a spell, or as this would be 2 spells. So, yeah, still not 100 on it, but sure. Agar, the Freezing Flame, in regular border this time. Crippling Fear. 4 mana sorcery, choose a creature type. Creatures that aren't of the chosen type get -3/-3 till end of turn. That's a great way to get rid of everything that's not a rat. And then we have Svala Ice Shaper, which we saw the art for previously. She has, I believe it's a she, not 100% certain. but pay 3, tap, create an Icy Monolith artifact token with tap to add 1 mana of any color. And then pay 8 and tap. Also, it's a 3 mana 2/4. You have pay 8 and tap. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You can cast spells among them without paying their mana cost. At 8 mana, I should hope something that you get is worthwhile. Oh no, you can cast 1 spell from among them without paying a mana cost. And then we have the Axguard Braggart, the one that just gets bigger. Still good. And that one's foil. All right, next pack. All right, we have another card from the list. It's been a while since we've had one, so we'll see what we get. Raiden, God of the Worthy. Oop, upside down. All right. Pretty good art. Then we have Alpine Meadow, the... Oh, come on. There we go. Alpine Meadow, the red-white snowland. Dread Rider, a 6-mana 3/7. With pay 2 and tap, exile a creature card from your graveyard. Target opponent loses 3 life. Why not give it Vigilance if you're going to give it that ability? Because now you have, like, either I swing for 7, or I just make an opponent lose 7. Dogged Pursuit, a 4-mana enchantment. At the end of your end step, each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. That feels a lot like Ill-Gotten Gains, but without the ability to sacrifice it later on. Draugr Recruiter. Pay 4, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. The problem is all of these are based on attacking, so they have to attack. If it was just the old... oh god. The other time we went to Theros, Inspire, where it untapped and you had the ability to pay this ability. Wither Crown, 2 mana enchantment. Enchanted creature has a base power of 0, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life unless you sacrifice this creature. Sure, I guess. Way down. Sorcery, at additional cost, exile a creature card from your graveyard. So you have to have a creature card in your graveyard, just to give a creature -3/-3. Jarl of the Forsaken, we've seen before. It has Foretell. Feed the Serpent. 4 mana instant, exile target creature or planeswalker. So you bought the box of Japanese War of the Spark then? Oh boy. Well, hopefully, I take it you're getting it shipped, right? You didn't just run out and pick it up from from a vendor, right? What's Cryptid Nation? I don't know that one. I take it it's a different card game, right? It's a new game about cryptids. Okay. I mean, yeah, I can absolutely see that being really interesting. It's just odd that it would be I don't know if it's a card game or if it's just a different game, oh, what is it? Not beat up, like one of those deck games where you can mash two decks together and then you play against other people. Kind of like beat up, or like how you had the previous deck building games of the Marvel heroes and other superhero type things. You know, I don't know. I'm not sure how to speculate on that, but that does actually sound like an interesting thing to get. Game about cryptids. But aside from that, I do wish you well and luck on your polls for the War of the Spark. Aside from like a couple of the Planeswalkers, I don't think there's anything amazing in War of the Spark either way. And Bolas' Citadel. That's another good one. Alright, Basalt Ravager, 4 mana, 4/2. Cool. Enters the battlefield, deals X damage, or greatest number of creatures you control that share a creature type. So at minimum, it deals 1 damage. Unless somebody kills it. Alright. And then we have a Glorious Protector. 4 mana for a 3/4 with Flash and Flying, and Foretell. When it enters the battlefield, you may exile any number of non-angel creatures until it leaves the battlefield. So did you buy 2 Japanese booster boxes? Like the regular? Did War of the Spark have set boosters? That doesn't seem right. Probably from Strixhaven. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, yeah. Whoa. Gonna get. Yeah, Strixhaven and War of the Spark. Makes sense. Let's see, the Snow Matters is a replicating ring, which taps to add 1 mana of any color, and then you put a bunch of charge counters on it. If you've got 8 of them, you make 8 rings to tap to add mana of any color. I have yet to see this thing pop off. I want to. I so very much want to. Only because when it creates the 8 copies of this, oh no, it creates 8 tokens of replicated ring. But this still remains on the battlefield, so you could still continue to just pump out rings. And a foil copy of Run Amok. The list card we got was Diagraph Captain from Innistrad block. Other zombies get +1/+1. Whenever another zombie you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life. I remember this guy. He was not so much of a pain to deal with as some of the other lords, like the one that gives all your spirits +1/+1 and Shroud. No, hexproof, not Shroud. Or the one that gave your vampires +1/+1 and first strike. Or the one that gave your werewolves +1/+1 and ignored the second half of the werewolf ability, where if someone casts 2 spells a turn, they transform back. That was the pain. But it also affected your wolves. It gave your wolves and werewolves +1/+1. So it's like, cool. Why would I worry about just having a single race of creatures when I can buff 2 of them? The card I got is a silly side game that's no one cares about those. I mean, maybe somebody does. I don't. The art is Tegrid, God of Fright, and it's signed. So that's something. Put that with the other one. Someone bought out of those bonus games. But it doesn't make sense that... I mean, I guess if someone really wants to have all of those cards, but it's not a vital thing. It's not even a necessary... Of course. Yeah, I remember when I would collect a single card of any sort of weird collect. Everybody always has that one card that they want to make sure that they get as many copies of as they can. At least a while ago. I had a friend whose mission was to get as many of the like the big, I think it was a 7 mana 8/8 with trample. I can't remember the name of it, but it was in green. And then it was Goblin Kaboomist. I would try to gather as many copies of Perplexing Chimera, because it's fun. It's a good card, and it really bugs people in games like Commander. And I couldn't really run it in any like online thing or like webcam based games. Not that I've played webcam Commander, because I don't want to worry about like, okay, I have this weird card that's my opponent's, but they have Perplexing Chimera, where if I don't read all of the big block of rules text to them so they can write it down, they won't know what it does. Elderfang Disciple, got another good one. Death Knell Berserker. 2 mana 2/2. When it dies, if its power was 3 or greater, create a 2 mana 2/2 Berserker. Well, not 2 mana. Just a 2/2 black zombie Berserker. Alright, yeah. With as many equipment as we have that just gives +1/+1, totally fine. Koma's Faithful, 3 mana, lifelink, 3/1. When it dies, each player mills 3 cards. Sure. Not the worst, not the best. Demonic Gifts, we've seen it before, it comes back. This is great to throw on your Elf Berserker, because when it dies, you'll get it back, and you'll get a 2/2 because it has higher than 3 power. Masked Vandal, 2 mana 1/3. But when it enters the battlefield, if you can exile a creature card, then you can exile target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. That's good. Dusk Wielder. Target opponent lose 1 life, you gain 1 life. If it was each opponent, then fine. Target opponent, well, I guess for both one, sure. It's also just a 1-mana 1/2. So yeah, not bad. It's like having lifelink. Frost Augur, pay us no, come on. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a snow card, you may reveal it and put it in your hand. Yeah, we've seen this guy before. Avalanche Caller, this is a new one. 2-mana 1/3. Pay 2, you don't have to tap. Target snow land you control becomes a 4/4 with hexproof and haste. It's still a land. Sorry, until end of turn. The only problem is you use a lot of lands to do this ability. So you gotta be real careful. We have a Reckless Crew, 4-mana sorcery. You make X 2/1 Red Dwarf Berserkers, where X is the number of vehicles you control, plus the number of equipments you control. And then for each of those tokens, you may attach an equipment to it. Yeah. Sure. Probably set that aside. I don't remember if I put that in the dwarf deck or not. Then we have Carter Doomscourge, 4-mana Demon Berserker. 4-mana 4/3 Demon Berserker. When it enters the battlefield until your next turn, creatures your opponents control attack each combat if able, and anybody other than you. Whenever attacking a creature dies, each opponent loses 1 life. Oh! Ooh. Oh. Oh, that's a painful ability, and I need to find a way to make that work. Unfortunately, most of the attacking creatures take damage abilities are in white, as opposed to red and black. But I can always run Cormus Bell to make all of my all of everybody's lands into creatures. And then foil is Depart the Realms. We've seen it before, but now it's foil. Big, manly, strong Berserker, man. It's more. I mean, yes, clearly he's got the heft behind those swings, but there are some very fun cards that read creatures have to attack each turn if able, that I was trying to build a deck around. We've got a card from the list, and I was trying to run, dumb things like Power Stone Minefield. So whenever a creature attacks, it takes 2 damage, or the other white enchantment was whenever a creature attacks, it takes 1 damage for each creature attacking. So if I could find a way to turn all of my opponent's lands into creatures, which there are ways, and then make them be able to not tap for mana, which, again, there are ways, I could just blow up all of my opponent's lands. We have Righteous Valkyrie. She looks bored. Like, yeah, she gets that this is an important thing to do, but She just doesn't want to be there today. Alright, Brimwood Falls. Jaspera Sentinel. 1/2 with reach and 1 mana. Tap an untapped creature you control to add 1 mana of any color. So it's like Springleaf Drum, but on a creature that has reach that you don't want tapped. Glittering Frost makes a land into snow and has it tapped for 1 more mana. Sculptor of Winter untaps target snow land. That's a good one. Roots of Wisdom. Mill 3 cards, and then return a land or an elf from your graveyard to your hand. And if you can't, not if you don't, if you can't, draw a card. A lot of these, the set boosters have a fair amount of theme between each pack by the look of it. At least for the commons. Elderleaf Mentor, when it comes into play, create an elf. Sure. Elves that make elves. Grizzled Outrider, 5 mana, 5/5. I'm kind of glad that... I mean, I don't know if the Strixhaven boxes were like this as well, but I didn't see that to be the case with the one box that I've opened so far of Modern Horizons 2. That was just, like, a lot of... I don't know, maybe there was a theme and I just didn't see it. Now we've got the Replicating Ring again. The Ice Shaper, again, making more mana. And then we have Sarolf Realm Eater, 3 mana, 3/3 wolf. Whenever a permanent an opponent controls is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on this. And at the beginning of your upkeep, if it has 1 or more +1/+1 counters on it, you may remove all of them and exile each other non-land permanent with a convert mana cost less than or equal to the number of counters. I actually have a themed tip card. Huh. Interesting. I did not see any of the themed tip cards. I did get a lot of those sub-game nonsense cards, though. This guy, this wolf, good wolf. Definitely good wolf. Okay, and then we have... I've noticed that that's the easiest way to get this thing to refocus. Frostspeak Yeti. Foil Dual Strike. And the list card is a Willow Dryad from Portal. I believe this is initial Portal because you can see it has Forest Walk and then all the rules text for Forest Walk and 1 power and 1 defense. Yeah, gotta get that. Gotta get that list value. Woof. It's okay, at least it's not the sorcery that's... Yeah, Portal. Alright, we've got another sub-game. I'm fine with white border cards. Honestly, I have no issues with them. Also, because that's how a lot of cards ended up, being, because not everybody had access to black border cards, especially after like 4th or 5th edition, because I think around then every other time something got printed in a core set was white border, and that was the rules. You couldn't, anything in white border had to be a reprint, I believe. So, oh wait, what was you? Vargoth, Bloodsky Sire. That's a very angry lad. Is that the name? No, that was Carter. Doomscourge was the other one. So, interested to see what this guy does. Woodland Chasm, Horizon Seeker. Oh, come on. Okay, this one I can absolutely see being a useful card in Commander. Because it tutors out of land. But it puts it in your hand as opposed to into play. But if you can get it to survive and get a second use of it, absolutely. What's going on? King Harold's Revenge. 3 mana sorcery. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control, and gains trample, and it must be blocked. Yeah, show all your enemies' creatures who you need to have them throw in front of it anyway. Guardian Gladewalker, 2 mana 1/1. But when it comes into play, you can put a +1/+1 counter on something. Struggle for Skemfar. We have seen this one before. Still good. Sarulf's Packmate. Good old 1-Wolf Moon. 4 mana 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card, and it has Foretell. So that's actually reasonable. Rootless U. 5 mana 5/4. When it dies, search for a creature card with power or toughness 6 or greater. Reveal it, put it into your hand. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. That's definitely a good card. Come on. Ooh, huh. Let's put that foil in the foil pile as opposed to in the uncommon pile. Alright. Then we have Arnie slays the troll. 2 mana, target creature fights a creature you don't control. Sure. And then, if it doesn't get blown up, put 2 +1/+1 counters on up to one of the creatures you control, and you add a red mana. And then you gain life equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. See, I would have preferred this, even as an uncommon, to be Chapter 1, target creature you control fights another creature you don't control. Chapter 2, sure, do the 2 +1/+1 counters. But Chapter 3, be target creature you control fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. Maybe even up to 2 target creatures you don't control. That would have been fun, but sure, you just gain life. Not Vold Slumber Mound. Oh, it was a land. I thought it was just a giant creature when we saw the art for it. I guess it's a land. So, let's see. Enters tapped, taps for red. Spend 7. spend 7 resources into it and sacrifice it to destroy target land and make a troll warrior with trample. But you don't have to do it at sorcery speed. So I can accept that. Dream Devourer. A 2-mana 0/3. But each non-land card in your hand without Foretell has Foretell. Its Foretell cost is equal to its mana cost reduced by 2 generic. So you can just right, because you have to spend the 2 to foretell it from your hand, no matter what. Whenever you foretell a card, this gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Okay. I mean, it's a 0/3, so that's a bit of a bummer, but still not bad. Grim Draugr, we've seen before. And God's Hall Guardian. A 6-mana 5/6 with Vigilance. It is a kid head. It's a big old sleepy cat, but looks kind of dark, at least to me. I'm at least trying to get the light to bounce off it, so you get the nice reflective, but alright. Whoop. No, you don't. And then we have the Magic Arena card. Go play Magic Arena. That's all that is. With the art is Birji, God of Storytelling, which we have had. We did open her previously. Come on. So. Alright, we got Snow-Covered Forest. Haggy Mob. Breakneck Berserker, the Dwarf with Haste, Run Amok. We've seen all of these before. Vault Robber, Tuskeri Firewalker, Emerstrom Raider, Seize the Spoils. Oh, this is a new one. Draugur's Helm. So, 2 mana. Oh god, it has equip 4? That is so expensive to equip. It is easier just to pay the mana when you cast this. Just have 5 mana for a 4/4 with Menace. Rather than play this and then equip it later on. Because you can't play it and equip it the same turn without it being more expensive than just making a zombie with it. I believe this is one of the good ones. Coma Cosmos Serpent. 7 mana 6/6 that can't be countered. And at the beginning of each upkeep, you make a 3/3 blue serpent creature named Coil. Sacrifice a serpent to either tap target permanent and silence it effectively, or it gains indestructible. Nice. I will put this in a sleeve real quick, because I'm looking at this and going like, yeah, Coma Cosmos Serpent Showcase, $15. So, into the sleeve it goes. And then there's, you know, the back of the sleeve, clearly. We have Finn, the Fang Bearer, Death Touch Boy that gives poison. Oh, okay. Oh, come on. We have a showcase foil of Egon. I guess after, you know, after he left the Ghostbusters. First off, a 3-mana 6/6. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile 2 cards from your graveyard, and if you can't, you sacrifice Egon and draw a card. But the backside is the Throne of Death. Single black mana. At the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card. And then you can pay 3 and exile a creature from your graveyard to draw a card. Yeah, this is definitely nice. I don't even know, like, monetary value. I'm just gonna slap this one in a sleeve too, because the foil showcase is really good looking. Let me check that real quick. Yeah, well, the backside of it can be fun, but oh yeah, that even just regular looking at it without the foil treatment, yeah, the 1 mana. But you mill yourself. But if you have a deck designed to do that, it's worth it. Okay, I'm glad I looked up exactly how much that is as a foil. Possibly about 90 cents. Still a good, beautiful card. Oh right, yeah, with Divine Top. Then you'll absolutely know what you're putting in the bin each turn. Definitely worth it. Ah, Zombie Berserker. Nice. The art is Skemfar Elderhall, probably upside down. Not bad. I don't think we've actually encountered that one yet. Sulfur's... oh, come on. There we go. Sulfurous Mire. Smashing Success. Craven Hulk, the giant coward. Demon Bolt. Undersea Invader. Squash. The regular art for Carder Doomscourge. Not gonna lie, I think the showcase art definitely does this one better. But, again, good to get more copies of it. Doomscar Titan. 6 mana 4/4, enters the battlefield. Creatures you control get +1/+0 and haste. So it does at least give itself haste. And you can foretell it. And then we have a copy of the World Tree. And it's the battlefield tapped. Taps to add green, and as long as you have 6 or more lands, all of your lands have tapped to add 1 mana of any color. And then you can pay 2 of every color and tap and sacrifice the world tree to search your library for any number of god cards and put them onto the battlefield. I tried doing this in Commander one time. The problem was I didn't have any god cards in the deck. So I would use the Masked Nexus, the one that made all of my creature cards, even when not in play, every creature type. And I was running that with slivers. So the plan was to just put all of the slivers that were gods from my deck into play. I didn't ever get it to happen. But might have been fun. I'll have to check that one in a minute. Then we have Asika, God of the Tree. Has Vigilance, taps for 1 mana of any color, and other legendary creatures you control have Vigilance and taps for 1 mana of any color. Goodness gracious. And the other side is the Prismatic Bridge. At the end of your upkeep, reveal a card from the top of your library until you reveal a creature or a planeswalker. Put it onto the battlefield. And the rest on the bottom. Nice. And I looked up for just long enough to see that this is one of the ones that's... I mean, it's at least worth more than $5, so... sleeve it goes. Whereas the World Tree itself is, well, yeah, about $6 by the look of it. Oh, wait, no, that's the promo pack version. What's the regular version? $2. I'll leave that one without a sleeve then. And then the rest of the cards from this pack, which we have a lot of showcase going on here. Vega the Watcher showcase. And Morit of the Frost. This is the second one of these cards I've opened. Like, the second copy of this. And the other one was also foil. I have yet to see this card not foil. 5 mana for a Changeling. And it enters the battlefield as a copy of a permanent that you control, except it's legendary and snow. If it was a creature, it enters with 2+1/+1 counters and is still a Changeling. Now, it doesn't retain its name. So, technically, you could have this enter as a legendary creature, and then the legend rule would still come into effect. Sadly. Come on. There we go. And we have a card from the list. Will it be better or worse than the last one? Here's a hint. Unless it's the exact same, it will definitely be better than the last one. The art is Goldspan Dragon. Good looking art. It's a good dragon. And we've got Ice Tunnel. Once it focuses. Yeah. So, Ice Tunnel. Cinderheart Giant. Gold Vein Pick. Litjara Kinseekers. Berg Strider, Pilfering Hawk, Frostbite, Clarion Spirit, the first one of these we've seen, like today. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, make a bird. 2 mana 2/2. Can't complain. Shepherd of the Cosmos. 6 mana 3/3. Plenty to complain about that. But when it enters the battlefield, return target permanent card with converted mana cost 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. And it does have Foretell. So, it's not terrible, but it's not fantastic. Elvish Warmaster at 2 mana 2/2. Whenever one or more elves enters the battlefield under your control, create an elf. But this ability triggers only once each turn. And then 7 mana elves you control get +2/+2 and Death Touch. There are better elves. There are definitely better elves. Even in this set, there are better elves. Avalanche Caller. We saw him before. Still pretty decent. Foil is Open the Omen Paths. Nice to get his foil. And the list card is Jin Illuminatus. 7 mana for a 3/5 with flying. Each instant and sorcery spell you play has Replicate. Replicate is equal to its mana cost. So if you have a lot of mana, you can cast a lot of the same spell. Still, definitely better than the Willow Dryad. Definitely better than that. We are nearing the end of this box. There's 7 packs after this one. And I did only have the 1 box of Kaldheim to open today. After this, I was gonna just, akin to last time I opened packs, I do have a Elite Trainer box of Shining Fates that was planned on. I do plan on opening today as well. So Tybalt's Trickery. Yeah. Remember Tybalt's Trickery and how I think it just got banned from Modern because people did dumb things with it. Or it got banned from Standard because people did dumb things with it. Or it got banned from... I don't think it got banned from Commander. But I know it got banned from Modern. That's a shame, too, because I actually bought, purposefully purchased extra copies of this card. But it's not like I paid a premium for them. Alright. Snow-covered island. Mammoth growth. +4/+4. No trample, though. Come on. There we go. Yeah, 3 mana for +4/+4. Or, you can foretell it. Fearless Pup, a 1 mana 1/1. This isn't a Cobalt. 3 mana, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. But it has first strike. Notvold Recluse, 3 mana 4/2 with reach, so it's... a Giant Spider was a 4 mana 2/4. So, since it's cheaper, this is clearly better than a Giant Spider. We'll see. Broken Wings, we have destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying for 3 mana. That is, I believe, a reprint from Innistrad block. No, that was Crippling Vines, but it did the same thing. Still not. I mean, if you need to get rid of a creature with flying, it's a way to do it. Icehide Troll. A double ice, it gets +2/+0 and indestructible at the end of turn, and you tap it. Just in case, you know, you didn't do this during combat. Provoke the Trolls, 4 mana for 3 damage to any target. If a creature is dealt damage this way, it gets +5/+0 until end of turn. Why? Why would you? I mean, it's instant. So, I guess what you do is you cast this on some big trample creature, and then you hope that it survives. And then you hope your opponent doesn't also deal damage to it with a burn spell. Still, Elven Bow, 1 mana for an equipment that gives +1/+2 in reach, but has equipped 3. And you can pay 2 when it comes into play, and you get an elf. So, 3 mana for, a 2/3 with reach, effectively. That one's not as bad. Crush the Weak. 3 mana sorcery, deals 2 damage to each creature. And if a creature would die this way, if a creature dealt damage this way would die this turn, exile it instead. Yeah. I can get behind that. I believe this is an extended art, Tyvar Kell. I'm not even sure of what the value of this is. I'm just going to grab a sleeve right now. Because it's not multi-sided, I don't need to worry about that. Come on. So, it has... elves you control have tap to add black, which is already fun. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target elf. Up to 1, you can choose 0. Untap it. It gains Death Touch. Create a 1/1 elf for 0. And you can elf them whenever you cast an elf spell. It gains haste. And you draw 2 cards. Whoa. That is actually more terrifying than the other abilities. Valkyrie Harbinger, 4/5 with flying and lifelink for 6 mana. If you, at the end of each end step, if you gain 4 more life, create a 4/4 angel. Fortunately, it doesn't. It's not one of those ones where if you have the enchantment that says you gain life equal to whenever a creature's toughness, it won't proc the angel that comes into play, giving you more life and giving you another angel. So you still have to work around creating it and making it work. And then we have a foil, Surtland Frostpire. Now I have to clean up this area a little bit because cards are starting to slide all over the place. At least in the realms of commons and uncommons. Then, since I'm here, what was his name? Tyvar Kell. I mean, $5. Can't really complain about that. Perfectly fine putting that one in the sleeve. Come on. There we go. Alright, we have another card from the list. There we go. We got Vorinclex. Actually, is that Vorinclex? Yeah, Vorinclex, Monstrous Ritter. We actually opened Vorinclex. Here we go. This is probably the showcase art, as opposed to the regular art. So, who knows? Maybe we'll actually see it in this pack. Foil Snowfield Sinkhole. And then, gonna start the rest of the regular commons. Come on. Wow, you just not going with me today? Alright, we have Arachnoform. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2, reach, and is a spider. And also everything else. Ravenous Lindworm. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 4 life. It's a 6/6 for 6. No complaints there. Snakeskin Veil. +1/+1 counter on a creature, and it gains hexproof. Why are you having so much trouble focusing right now? It's also a 1-mana instant. Wow, you are just doing not so good. Wings of the Cosmos, the +1/+3 and gain flying. Maja, Brettguard Protector. 5 mana, 2/3 that gives other creatures you control +1/+1. And landfall, create a 1/1 human warrior. Okay, sure. Then we have the Brettguard Stronghold. Enters the battlefield taps for green, and then 4 resources, so green, white, and this land. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of 2 target creatures you control. They gain vigilance and lifelink until end of turn, but activate only as a sorcery. And sure, actually that one's not too bad. Fall of the Imposter. 3 mana enchantment saga, put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature, twice, and then exile a creature with the greatest power among creatures target opponent controls. If you really wanted to, you could throw a +1/+1 counter on one of your opponent's creatures to definitely get rid of a specific one. Oh wait, no, a creature with the greatest. So, your choice. Then we have a Faceless Haven. Taps to add colorless. And you can pay 3 snow to make it a 4/3 with vigilance that's all creature types. Until end of turn. Because Wizards learned from Mutavault, and a 1-mana ability to turn a land into a creature of every creature type may not be the best thing. It does at least have vigilance. Then we have Turgrid, God of Fright. 5 mana, 4/5 with Menace. Whenever an opponent sacrifices a non-token permanent or discards a permanent card, you put it onto the battlefield under your control. The other side, of course, being Turgrid's Lantern. Come on. Wow, you are just not focusing right now, are you? we go. Turgrid's Lantern, a 4-mana artifact. Tap, target player loses 3 life unless they sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. And you can pay 4 to untap this. Yeah, that's fine. Set that there for a second. We then have Herald, King of Skemfar. When, 3 mana, 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 cards. You may reveal an Elf, Warrior, or Tyvar card from among them. Oh yeah. Tyvar is the Planeswalker. That makes sense. And then put it into your hand. The rest go on the bottom in a random order. Elderleaf Mentor. We've seen this guy, but now he's foil. And the card from the list is Noble Benefactor. I get the feeling this is one of those cards that I should know, but I don't remember. So it's 3 mana for a cleric. It's a 2/2. If it is put into a graveyard from play, each player may search his or her library for any card and then put it into his or her hand. Each player who searches his or her library shuffles it afterwards. This is like the... Yeah, this is just everybody gets a tutor. I guess. I can see that being a useful card in, like, group hug strategies where just everybody gets their important card. Alright. Close enough. Tegrid does get a sleeve. Yeah, I can't really... Like, I didn't buy this box because it was going to be, a high monetary value. This is just fun. I like opening packs. I like having a good amount of, jaunty conversation. Frankly, I'd like to hang out with a bunch of... I'd like to hang out with a bunch of friends, but they're not really doing a lot right now, and it's hard to gather people together when, even just until yesterday, the state was still pretty hard on lockdown. Like, it was a little looser, but not so much. We have the Tyvar emblem, which we hadn't had yet, so that's good. The art of Draugr Necromancer. Come on. Yeah. Focus in on that guy. Glacial Floodplain, once it focuses again. There we go. God's Hall Guardian, this time not foil. Code Spell Cleric, we haven't seen this one. It's 1 mana 1/1 with Vigilance, that's great. And if it was the second spell you cast this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Yeah, that's really good, actually. Iron Verdict. 5 damage to target tapped creature at instant speed. Doomscar Oracle. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, gain 2 life. But only your second spell. And then we have Binding the Old Gods. 4 mana, destroy target non-land permanent an opponent controls. And then, sure, search your library for a forest. That's fine. Come on. And finally, creatures you control gain Death Touch. Because we had that one guy that says whenever a creature you control with Death Touch deals damage to a player, they gain 2 poison counters, Death Touch might be an actual problem at times. Oh, yeah, this guy. Finn the Fangbearer. Whenever a creature you control deals Death Touch combat damage to a player, they get 2 poison counters. God, he's a 2-mana 1/3. Woof. Rune of Mortality, the black rune. We finally get the black rune. Guess what it gives? It's Death Touch. Cole the Forge Master. Still putting all of his everything into that sword. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, if it was equipped, return it to its owner's hand, and creature tokens you control that are enchanted or equipped get +1/+1. Huh. I don't know what I could do with that. I know that there's some things that would be nice, but I can't think of it. Reflection of Litjara, 5 mana. When it enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. Whenever you cast a spell of the chosen type, copy that spell. Oh, this is where the first instance of copied stuff. Maybe? So, there is a creature spell with Storm that was in Modern Horizons 2. It's the Ooze. But copying the spell does not cause Storm to trigger again. So this would not be worthwhile. I was thinking it was going to be something nice, but eh. Alright, and now we have the Cleaving Reaper. It's a 5-mana Angel Berserker. It's a 5/3 with Flying and Trample. Pay 3 life, return it to your hand from your graveyard. Activate this ability only if you had an Angel or Berserker enter the battlefield under your control this turn. Yeah, okay. She just keeps coming back. Foil is Pilfering Hawk. Magic Arena card. Sarfor, Realm Eater. Look at that big boy. We have Highland Forest. Let me check something real quick. Yep, Highland Forest. Ah, there's Revitalize. I thought it was a reprint. Nice art, though. Regular copy of Giant Ox, the 0/6 for 2. Raider's Carve. When it attacks, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land, put it on the battlefield tapped. That's actually reasonable. Okay, yeah, I can get behind that. Raven Wings. The equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has flying and is a bird. Play for 2, equip for 2. Sure. Starnheim Courser. 3 mana Pegasus for it's a 2/2 with flying. Artifact and enchantment spell you cast cost 1 less. Stalwart Valkyrie. It's a 4 mana 3/2, but you can pay 2 and exile a creature card from your graveyard rather than pay this spell's mana cost. So 2 and exile a creature card or 4 mana. Either way, 3/2 with flying. Battlefield Raptor. So it's a 1/2 bird. A 1 mana 1/2 with flying and first strike? Flying men will have a problem. And it's a common. Alright, we've got Axguard Armory. It taps for a white. And expend 5 resources to search for an aura or or enchantment card. Sorry, an aura card and or equipment card. Reveal them, put them into your hand. That one's fine. You get 2 cards for it. You can do it at instant speed. This one's good. We have Firja's Retribution. 4 mana, create a 4/4 angel with flying and vigilance. Until end of turn, angels you control have tap destroy target creature with power less than this creature's power. And then angels you control gain double strike until end of turn. I doubt it's going to see any play. But I can hope. I can always hope. Frost Augur, we've seen that one before. And the foil is Shackles of Treachery. There are 4 packs remaining. And then, like I said, we will switch over to Pokemon. At least for a bit. Because I only do, these streams for like 5 hours or so, I don't want to go hard and spend all of my resources and then lose out on some things. Like, as it stands, I do have another box of Modern Horizons 2 and another Elite Trainer box of Shining Fates, and I would like to do those again, probably in about 2 weeks or so. We'll see. The art card is Coma Cosmos Serpent. Is this probably the I think that's the regular art and not the one we got? Nope, that is the art that we got. So that is the showcase art. Oh, I never checked Sorrow Realm either, did I? It's probably not a lot, but that's AR, so Saruf Realm Eater, yeah, 43 cents. Still, looks like a good card. Nice, fun card. Just maybe I had it set to the side because it was showcase and a rare. Have we had any other showcase rares that I didn't put into a sleeve? No, I guess not. Yeah, I think I may have just had that one sitting over there because it was a showcase rare. Alright, we have the Snow-Covered Mountain. Once it focuses. There we go. Behold the Multiverse, which we've seen. Scorn Effigy, we've seen that one too. Still fun. Disdainful Stroke. Bind the Monster. I've voiced my concerns about it. Annul. Yeah, these are all fine. These are all fine cards. Brian Barrow Intruder. Mists of Litjara. We've seen all of these. Youthful Valkyrie. It's a 2-mana 1/3, but whenever another angel enters the battlefield, under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on Youthful Valkyrie. The 2-mana flying 1/3 angel. Huh. Ascendant Spirit. Presumably this is the Snow Matters card. It's a 1/1 for 1, but if you pay 2 snow mana, it becomes a 2/3 Spirit Warrior. And then if it is a warrior, and you pay 3 mana, you can put a flying counter on it. It becomes a Spirit Warrior Angel that is a 4/4. And then, if it's an angel, you can pay 4 snow mana and put 2 +1/+1 counters on it, and it gains, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Does that stack? Does that ability stack? If I pay 12 snow mana onto this thing after it becomes an angel, do I get, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card 3 times? Because I know I get the 6 +1/+1 counters on it. So am I hitting my opponent for 10 damage and drawing 3 cards? I just want rules clarification on this card. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Then we have Narfi, the Betrayer King, who I believe we looked at previously in a different art in the different border. So this is the snow zombies and creatures and pay snow and it return it. And a foil Immerstrom Predator, 4-mana Vampire Dragon with flying. When it becomes tapped, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard and put a +1/+1 counter on this. Sacrifice another creature. This gains a Destructible and you tap it. Well, since I'm doing this, let's check this guy. Honestly, this is probably not going to be very much. Yeah, no, not very much at all. So it is a foil, it is a rare, it is 20 cents. 40 cents, sorry. But again, that's fine. We're not worried about that. There we go. We have another side game. Away you go. Art from the Prismatic Bridge. Probably the showcase version. No, we opened that one, didn't we? I believe we opened the showcase version of Prismatic Bridge. So this must be the regular version. Foil, snow-covered island. That one... Look, I know I don't check... I know I've been really bad about, this whole checking the price of things right now. Because I don't think about it. This is... $279. Normally, I wouldn't worry about it. But the fact that it's foil... Oh, good. It is only like 50 cents. So... Or $1 or so. So I don't have to worry about bundling that one up to preserve its integrity. We have strategic planning. Run ashore. Again, we've seen some of these cards already. Draugr Thought Thief, Grim Draugr, Skull Raid, Starnheim Aspirant. Angel spells you cast cost 2 less to cast. This is the first one of these we've seen today. It's also a 3-mana 2/2. But it can make your angels cost less, so that's good. Rampage of the Valkyries. 5 mana, when it enters the battlefield, create an angel token. Whenever an angel you control dies, each player sacrifices a creature. Okay. Tyrite Sanctum. 1 second, we... Yeah, there we go. Tyrite Sanctum. It's a land. It taps for colorless, and target legendary creature becomes a god, and put a +1/+1 counter on it. And you can pay 2 to do that, and then you can pay 4 and sacrifice it to put an indestructible counter on target god. So that means indestructible is a counter at this point. Cyclone Summoner, 7 mana, 7/7 giant wizard. When it enters the battlefield, if you cast it from your hand, return all permanents to their owner's hand except for giants, wizards, and lands. Return all non-land permanents to their owner's hands except for giants and wizards. Snow Matters is Priest of the Haunted Edge. We've seen her. And the foil is the Basalt Ravager. We've seen him. 2 more. We have a treasure token. The art card is Tagrid, God of Fright. Again, I feel we've seen her once before, but this time without a signature. Come on. Yeah. Foil Snow-Covered Plains. Come on. There we go. Carfell Kennel Runner, or Kennel Master. But we've seen this guy before. We don't need to worry about that. Raise the Draugr. We've seen this card. Infernal Pet. Got a happy little flying imp. Great Hall of Starnheim. I don't think we've actually seen this one. Enters tapped, taps for black. 3, tap sacrifice. And sacrifice this and a creature to create a 4/4 Angel Warrior creature token with flying. Only as a sorcery. So you can't do this in response to an opponent targeting the creature that you can sacrifice. If it wasn't for the sacrifice a creature, if it wasn't for the sorcery part, and the fact that both of them are on there makes it really not that good. Ascent of the Worthy. 3 mana saga. The first 2 chapters are choose a creature you control. Until your next turn, all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control is dealt to that creature instead. Which would be nice if you had some sort of indestructible creature like, I don't know, a happy little squirrel. And then, Chapter 3, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a flying counter on it. That creature is an Angel Warrior in addition to its other types. Hold on. So that means you could just skip all the way if you return an Ascendant Spirit. It becomes an Angel and a Warrior, so you could use either of these. Honestly, you could do any of these anyway. But... alright, just mentally tackling that one myself. Yeah, this isn't a bad card, but it's not going to do much. Firja, Judge of Valor, this time in regular order and regular art. Renegade Reaper, a 3 mana 2/3 with flying. And when it enters the battlefield, you mill 4 cards. And if at least 1 Angel card is milled this way, you gain 4 life. Sure. Why not? That was like 5 uncommons. Hailstorm Valkyrie. Pay 2 snow, it gets +2/+2. It's a 2/2. We've seen this one before too. And we have a Goldspan Dragon. 5 mana 4/4 with flying and haste whenever it attacks or becomes the target of a spell. Create a treasure token. And treasure tokens you have tap sacrifice to add 2 mana instead of 1. This card is also $28, so I will put it in a sleeve. Like this version of this card. Oh, sorry, $23. So sleeving it up. Frostbite is the Snow Matters card. And the foil is Skemfar Avenger. So 2 mana 3/1, whenever a non-token elf or berserker you control dies, draw a card, lose a life. Yeah, okay. That is certainly a reasonable card, and probably not terribly expensive. Skemfar Avenger. Yeah, 70 cents. Well, 70 cents for the showcase. Or was it the extended art? Doesn't really matter. Alright, this is the last pack of Kaldheim that I have. So let's see what we get. Well, it's not a card from the list. So I don't have to worry about looking. I still haven't looked up that Noble Benefactor. But it's a token. Tokens are fun. And the art is Port of Carfel. I know for a fact that there is a reflection here. I'm not sure if you can see me in the reflection here. And honestly, it doesn't matter if you can. Because while, yes, I am currently a cat right down here in the bottom corner, I mean, it's not like I'm trying to be like, oh, I'm a high-pitched female person. I don't have a high-pitched voice. I can't do that. I'm clearly male. Like 100%. Well, yeah, no. Definitely male. But, the previous videos that I've done have regular camera footage. So if you want to see what I look like, or what I looked like 3 or so years ago, you can feel free to check out the YouTube channel that has all of the uploads from my previous videos. Village Rites, we've talked about this card. Priest of the Haunted Edge, we've seen this one multiple times. Dread Rider, too expensive for what it does. Dogged Pursuit, a poor reprint, or a downgrade of a different card. Draugr Recruiter, Wither Crown, about the best card we've seen so far in this pack. Vengeful Reaper, I changed my tune. This is the best card we've seen in this pack. Bloodsky, every card has been black though. Bloodsky Berserker, 2 mana, 1/1, whenever you cast your second spell, put 2 +1/+1 counters on this, it gains Menace. And then we have a Cosmos Elixir. 4 mana artifact, at the end of your end step, draw a card if your life total is greater than your starting life total. Otherwise, gain 2 life. That's a fine rare. Showcase Moriet of the Frost. This one's not foil, so I can finally say that I've opened one of these that wasn't foil. And our foil is the Funeral Longboat. Not bad. So, there was definitely some good cards that we got from this pack, or this box. Definitely some cards worth some monetary value. I am just gonna sort this box out real quick, because I've got a lot of stuff to put in here. Picking up all the art cards. And the 2 signed ones. All of the showcase. You got, the Realm Eater, and then a bunch of other uncommons. Those will go in front of the foils, which will go in front of the uncommons that I have. I'll show you what's going on. I'm stacking them in there like that. I don't have many more of the folders or hilariously enough sheet protectors for cards. I don't have a lot of access to that right now. So I do what I do. We've got all of these cards, all these rares. They're gonna go right in this spot, right in the slot, right next in front of all of those art cards. Then we have all of our list cards. Every card that we open from the list. So Moon Mist, Scythe Ants, Spike Weaver, Diagraph Captain, Jim Illuminatus, the Willow Dryad, and then I'm actually still going to look up Noble Benefactor. See how much that card is. Noble Benefactor from the list. Well, it is 17 cents. Needed to check. Also, I noticed that one of these, the Jin Illuminatus and the Spike Weaver, are still, like, actually rares. So, they can just sit up front there. These are the cards that I pulled off to the side that I wasn't certain if I needed to... Come on. Wasn't certain if I needed to throw into my dwarf deck. It's Depala, so it's red-white. We have Magda Brazen Outcast that just makes dwarves and treasures. Armed and Armored, which crews all vehicles, and Reckless Crew, which makes a dwarf for every vehicle and equipment. Honestly, I probably don't need to worry about any of these. Except for maybe Magda. Magda can come off to the side. The other ones can go away. Alright. Throw in the uncommon there. And now, these are the cards that may or may not actually be of some sort of value. So, honestly, I can probably... While I'm here, I can pull up this list and we have Goldspan Dragon. God, it'd be easier if we just sorted by alphabetically. Tigrid, God of Frights. This was not foil, but this was showcase. Tyvar Kell. Borderless. Essica, God of the Tree. Showcase. Egon, God of Death. Showcase foil. This one might, if I remember correctly, this one actually wasn't worth anything. Yeah, showcase foil is just 90 cents. But it's still a lovely card, and I do not want to damage it. And then we have Coma, Cosmos Serpent. Showcase. Coma, Cosmos Serpent. Showcase. Halvar, God of the Battle. And, of course, finally, Temporal Manipulation. Which this was $15 before we even do anything else. So... I'll just go off of market. So 6. 29. 34. 36? No. 38. 47? Eon is not worth it. 7. And another 16. 63. So yeah, about $63 plus the 15 from temporal manipulation. And that's just like on these guys. Which I don't generally sell cards. But if somebody needs cards, those are not really things I use. At least not yet. Now, it is currently 2:57, which means we are well within our time frame of what we're doing. Because now, that was, of course, 30 packs of Magic the Gathering. I'm going to now change it to the Pokemon trading card game, as opposed to Magic the Gathering, because now we are actually going to open up this copy, this box of Shining Fates. It's an Elite Trainer box. It is sealed. I have to get the plastic wrap off of it. And I should have kind of done this last time I pulled this thing out, but I didn't think about it at the time. So, that'll work, I hope. Alright, put the binder clip back together. Perfect. Take a drink of my drink. Just about running out of drink there. Okay, so plastic wrap into the bottom bin, and then we've got, everything's caught on, like, the cord is caught on everything. This is not good. All right. We've got the Elite Trainer box, the Shining Fates from Eevee. It comes with an Eevee card. Everything is bad. This is falling apart. Why am I doing this now? It's got the cardboard insert that doesn't do anything for me. I'd much rather have the box as it is. We have the rules for how to play Pokemon. Has the game changed so much that I don't know? Probably not. We've got the Eevee V Max card. It knows G Max Cuddle. It's a big boy Eevee. Alright, let's just pull these out. Last one. Get some dice, get your poison, and probably burn. I don't know why it's bandage, but I don't really need those. Got some the EV card sleeves. Now that I've opened 2 of these packs, I actually have enough EV sleeves to sleeve a commander deck for Magic the Gathering. So, look forward to that, friends. Also, they're like matte sleeves, so they hide flaws like weird shining lights and make cards easier to read, hopefully. Got a pack of energies. I'm just gonna leave this in here. Okay. Oop. Alright, so. The only other thing is the code card for the Elite Trainer box. And just like last time, I'm not showing these off. Technically, all of those code cards are still unused. No one's seen them except me, and I haven't used them yet. So, there's just code cards. All right, let's move things around. And then, like, I like these dice, but some of them don't make sense. Like this one that goes, what is it, 60 to 120? Or this one that goes up to 160? Just have a regular 10 to 50, or 10 to 60. I have yet to see a Pokemon with more than 380 health. But that's me. Alright. I should probably open up the stuff for the monetary value of Shining Fates, but I don't feel like doing that right now. And as I have made comments a couple of times, I did find out that yes, every pack of Shining Fates has a white card on the back. I just need to make sure I don't show the code, because that would be silly. Yep, see, white card, and nobody gets the code. Then we have 3 from the back to the front, and then this should be an energy, which it is. We have Ball Guy, once I focus up again. Come on. Yeah, Ball Guy. Now the good side is I can at least sort uncommons and commons properly now. Thwacky. Cramorant. A Rowlet. A Morpeko stealing food from Shuckle and whatever that bird is. Spinarak. Snom, little bench Snom. Grookey, the leveled down version of Thwacky. And then Weasel, which looks like it's a reverse holo, I think is what this is. So I'll set that to a different spot. And then finally, Boss's Orders, which is our rare. So, not a strong start. But we'll see what the next pack holds. code card out of there. And then 3 to the front. Remove this card, and it's a fire energy. Good, so that means we're not clearly in the same pack. We have a Floatzel. Once it focuses. Come on, read that it knows Surf for 1 blue energy. Actually, why are you not reading? Why are you not? There we go. Like, this is a reasonably powerful card for a stage 1, but I don't know what the power level of Pokemon is at this point. Luxio, Rusted Sword, and then we have a Rowlet. And a Q-Font. Spinarak, we've already seen Spinarak. We got another Snom. A Horsey. And like some sort of weird rainbow Kyogre? Yeah, like a lot of rainbow splash on that one. So I don't know where to put this. Yeah, I have no idea where to put this, so I'll put it next to Boss's orders, I guess. And then oh god, is this a rainbow all-creme VMAX? I mean, I don't know if it's rainbow because of how rainbowy it is, but you know what? I am gonna put both of these in sleeves. I have them here for a reason. The all-creme and the Kyogre can both reside inside of sleeves. I really should have, double-checked, like, what value of cards were, but I don't think Alcremie, I don't know what's worth what anymore. Like, I know the Charizard is worth a lot because it's Charizard. Probably not even because it's worth it, it's good or anything, it's just because it's Charizard. 3 to the front. Reveal the last card, which should be an energy, and it is. Alright, so let's see, we have a Rusted Shield. Come on. Yep, Rusted Shield. The Team Yell Towel. Eldegoss. And we've got Trapinch. Weasel to go with our Floatzel. A Coughing, just totally destroying this Mineshaft. Shinx, who knows under pressure, just like most people, except for Ice, what's his face? Vanilla Ice. Apparently he doesn't know under pressure. He's never heard it before. He's just got a song that sounds similar to it. Grookey. A reverse Shinx. I'll put over with the reverse Weasel. And Delmise VMAX, which evolves from Delmise V, which evolves from Delmise. So the Grass Spirit Anchor. I mean, it's a VMAX, so that's not nothing. I did always enjoy Delmise in the game. because it was like it was a nice concept for a Pokemon. Effectively, it had 3 types, kind of, because its Pokemon power, or its ability, increased the strength of Steel moves by 50%, and it was Grass and Psychic. No, Grass Ghost. So, any Grass, Ghost, or Steel type moves on it would deal 50% more damage, because of the same type attack bonus for Grass and Ghost, and the ability. 3 to the front, which these are all regular types, or sorry, uncommons. And then we have an Energy, which we had an Energy. So, Team Yell Towel. Thwacky. We're getting a lot of thwacking in. And Tropius. Nice. Tropius is a nice, solid Pokemon. In the game, at least. Cacnea, our 70th. I put those in the wrong pile. I have now put them in the correct pile. Cufant. Weasel. Spinarak. Shinx. A shiny Silicobra. I'm gonna put that next to the reverse foils, I guess, because this is definitely shiny. And the rare is Volcanion. Just regular Volcanion. Can't complain. Got a shiny. That was the hope on what you get out of these packs, at least. You are just not wanting to open. Are you what energy? Psychic energy. Okay. So we've got Thwacky, the Rusted Sword, Rotom. When you play this Pokemon from your hand onto the bench, you may switch your deck up to 2 item cards that have the word Rotom in their name. How many Rotom items are there? How many Rotom items are there in this set? Oh well, we have Choodle, a Pokemon who I don't actually know. I don't know what that Pokemon is. Morpeko, after stealing from a Corviknight? Is this the under-leveled version of Corviknight? And also a Swinub? Snubble? Snubble, I think, is that one. There's another Cacnea. And a Horsey. And another Cufant. A shiny Corviknight. I can't complain about this. I actually do have to sleeve that one. And a Ditto V card. Yeah, both of these getting sleeves. Again, I don't know monetary value. The only thing going for the Corviknight is that the fact that this is an actual last stage Pokemon that is shiny. Ow. I will, however, put it on the shiny stack as opposed to the rare stack. Because the fact that it is shiny supersedes the fact that it is in a sleeve or rare. Okay, come on. How do people continually open packs wearing, like, gloves or other things that occlude their ability to handle items properly? Yep, there's the card. Away it goes. Still, no one's seen them. 3 to the front, and then an energy. So, yeah, like this time around, since I know that all of the cards in Shining Fates packs are white, I am not going to be like, oh, it's a super secret, who knows what color it is. I'm also not going to be like halfway through doing the packs last time. I was like, what, really, still white? Is every one of them going to be white? Because, yes, every one of them is going to be white. Alright, we have a Floatzel, a Tropius, and a Ball Guy. And then we have a Weasel, so we can evolve into our Floatzel, a Yanma, a Trapinch, a Nickit, the first one of these we've seen today, a Gossifleur, Grimmsnarl VMAX, a shiny Grimmsnarl VMAX, like, the only reason I think this is a shiny is because this is a dark type Pokemon, and nothing about this card says it's dark. So I will put this in a sleeve, and then we have Celebi. Celebi can go with the rest of the rares. And it'll go on top of the shinies because it's a shiny. Yeah. I guess the easiest way to keep track of how many packs we've opened, aside from looking at how many packs are left, is to look at how many energies we've opened. Because all of the energies have gone into the same pile. Which, we've got 3 packs after this one. To the front, reveal the energy, which is water. And then we have Dartrix. Come on. This is what's worked in the past. So, Dartrix. Another Ball Guy. And a Cramorant. Then we have a Rowlet. Sky Circus. If you played a bird, keep it from your hand during this turn. Ignore all energy in this Pokemon's attack costs. That's good. That's a good ability. More Pecco. Nick it. Got an Eevee. Search your deck for a card that evolves from Eevee. Does that include the V cards and the V Max cards? Gossifleur. A reverse foil Snom. That'll go right here. And Zarude. Not really like super fantastic card there. But it's something. All right. 3 packs. And then I'll probably go and find the other repacks from the local game store. Because like I said, I do like opening repacked cards. Because I like opening cards. Well, I don't mind opening repacked cards because I like opening cards. You just understand that you're not always gonna encounter that same feeling of this could be that one card that is worth so much money. Dark Energy. We have Tropius. Gym Trainer. Rotom. Weasel. Nickit. Cacnea. Was that Cacnea number 12? A Q-Font. I didn't realize this thing was Steel type. An Eevee. A shiny Arrokuda. So onto the shiny pile you go. And Volcanion. Volcanion's really nothing to write home about, so far as I've seen. Alright. Now, the penultimate Shining Fates pack. To the front. This card is already like super worn at the corner. Like you can see this. I just opened this. But it's an energy, so hopefully this thing absorbed whatever brunt would have caused a problem for a different card. We have Rotom. The Rusted Sword, and Fluxel. We've seen a lot of them. Yanma, Coughing, Morpeko, Horsey, Spinarak, Reverse Foil Eldegoss. On the reverse foil spot it goes. And foil Luxray. Regular holographic Luxray. I don't even know where to put this one. Like, this is the first regular holographic card I've opened out of all of these. guess right up there. Sure, you're a special card. You get your own special spot. Oh yeah, I left that in here this whole time. Okay. So, last pack of Shining Fates. Sorry, I should say this correctly. This is the ultimate pack of Shining Fates from this Elite Trainer box. We have Lightning Energy. And then Ball Guy. Floatzel and the Team Yell Towel, which heals 50 from both active Pokemon. Trapinch, Shinx, Rowlet. We've got an Eevee. We've got Morpeko. We have a reverse foil Rowlet. And we have Professor's Research. Discard your hand, draw 7 cards. This one's Juniper, though, so I would have liked to have that full art, but so be it. That's actually it. That's it for Shining Fates. Let me store things back up, because no harm or no sense in letting this stuff get all destroyed. Alright. We've got these separator cards. Let's use them. Also, let's not put our dice and counters in first. Alright, so we've got commons. Right inside the box they go. And then a separator. And then the uncommons. Commons and uncommons, mostly unimportant. And then a separator. And then the energies. No separator this time. Because now we're going to go over the rares and others that we open. So, we have Professor's Research, Volcanion, Zarude, Sandstorm, Celebi, and Volcanion, and Boss's Orders. For the most part, not anything super fantastic. But for reverse foils, we had Rowlet, Eldegoss, Snom, Shinx, and Weasel. I know some people definitely like a reverse foil Snom. Regular foil, we have Luxray. I don't know the value. This is a rare, so I should have talked about this when I talked about the other ones. We'll just go right on top of Boss's Orders. Shiny cards. We have Arrokuda, Grimmsnarl VMAX, Corviknight. And, come on. There we go. And Silicobra. Because I don't know the value of cards. I'm not sure. I'm actually going to keep these out just to look up the cost of those. And then I guess the other cards that we opened were Ditto V. We got a Ditto V card. A Delmize V Max. Not bad. I think this is Rainbow Rare. There's a thing down in the bottom where it says it's rarity, and it's got an A listed, but it's surrounded by color, so maybe this is, like, not a secret rare. I don't know. It could be an amazing rare, because the ability is called Amazing Surge. But we got a Kyogre. And then we have an Alcremie VMAX, which might just be this might just be a regular VMAX card. So before I put all this stuff away, I'm gonna double check myself the value of cards. Give me 1 second. I will be right back with the other, I think, yeah. We've got about 30 minutes left in the stream. There's a couple other things I'll open. So let me go grab them. I just didn't grab them because I thought we had enough at the first time. So 1 second. Okay. So, I know half of that time I was just talking to myself, and anybody who decided to listen to me, I don't know if I was loud enough to be heard. Like, right outside the door is where I've been keeping the cards. So hopefully, well, we'll see. We'll see what it's at. All right, so I've got the rest of the repacks from the local game store. I've also got 2 packs of Commander Legends. So I'm probably going to open the repacks first, because these are pretty easy to solve. You just slide them out. I have no clue what any order is going to be. I just got to make sure I don't destroy cards. Alright, so I don't know if there's an energy or not. I don't know what set these are from. And that's okay. We've got a Duo. What I do know is I can see where the rarity symbol is, so I can still sort by rarity. We have the Duo. We have Electrike. Bone Edge. Crab Brawler, who knows Knuckle Blast. Cherubi. Magneton, which is uncommon. Team Plasma Grunt. Discard a Team Plasma card from your hand. If you can't, don't play this card. Draw 4 cards. Ooh, it's actually pretty good. Poliwhirl. Carbink. I think that's a rare. And Aggron, which is also a rare, but I believe a reverse foil rare is what this is. So I'll set it over there. I have no clue what order they put these cards in, and it doesn't matter. We'll see what we see. We've got a Wooloo. A Pikachu. One of the weakest Pikachus I've seen. An Execute. Sandygast. Weedle, a reprinted Weedle in the same kind of style, so that means this was Evolutions, I believe. Well, we have a Salazzle, which apparently is the rare, so give me a second. I think 2. Sableye's uncommon, so yeah, Sableye, Milo. I have no clue who this is. Anorith, another of the Pokemons that are fossils, the fossil Pokemon. But specifically the Claw Fossil. Wait. Oh, that's only if it's active. Wait! You don't normally apply weakness and resistance to benched Pokemon. So why, if this Pokemon has, each of your restored Pokemon has no weakness, does it have a weakness? Why not just have it not have a weakness? Alright, and then there's the Salazzle, which we discovered was rare. And Cobalion. Probably also a rare. No, it's a promo. This is a promo card. So we have a Cobalion promo. Still, I'll put it on top of the Aggron because it's kind of foil, kind of its own separate special thing. One second. Alright. That should do it. Okay, we have Slackoth. One of the more fun Pokemon. I always liked slacking. Like, If I could, I would definitely build a team around Slacking. But it's just so hard to use Truant, to work around Truant. Voltorb, with the ability that Voltorb didn't have when it got printed the first time around with this art, and a lot more HP than what it had when it got printed with this art. So this is not a reprint. They changed cards around just to use the old art. That wasn't common though, right? Yeah, it was common. Galarian Ponyta. Neat. Nice little cotton candy main there. We got Gibble. The Felt? I think this is Felt and not Clay. Fomantis. Fun. Make sure that's... Come on. There we go. Audino. 40 damage. Flip a coin for each energy attached to this Pokemon. Does 40 damage times the number of heads. Okay, sure. Got a copy of Switch, which is uncommon. And an item, so you can use any number of these during your turn as well. Beedrill. And our rares, we have Hoopa, which does Hyperspace Punch, 20 damage to 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. Oh, sorry, just 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. And then 130 damage, but you can't use this attack next turn. And our reverse foil is a Honedge. You know what? Let's open a pack of Commander Legends next. Yeah, let's do something different. We've got all these Pokemon right now. Let's see what we get. And then, because I don't actually have like a box to put these in for the Commander ones, I will just be putting it back in the sleeve. The pack. So we have, a Golem token. Strategic Planning. You know, that card that we saw a bunch already today. Spark Harvest from War of the Spark. Either sacrifice a creature or pay 4 additional beyond the 1 to destroy target creature or planeswalker. Spark Tongue Dragon. Flood of Recollection. 2 mana, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand, and then exile Flood of Recollection. Ivy Lane Denizen. Just put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. Dragon Mantle. Come on. Give a creature fire breathing and draw a card. Ambush Viper. It has Flash and Death Touch. No complaints. Marble Diamond. Because this is Commander, you need to have some amount of fixing. Just taps for mana. These are still all commons. Bitter Revelation. 4 mana, look at the top 4 cards of your library, put 2 in your hand and 2 in your graveyard. You lose 2 life. It's almost like Read the Bones, but worse. Palace Sentinels. You become the Monarch, 4 mana, 2/4. Farhaven Elf. Look for a basic land card, put it into play tapped. 3 mana, 1/1. Commander's Sphere. It's pay 3 mana, For an artifact, taps add 1 mana of any color of your commander's color identity. And then you can sacrifice it to draw a card. Trusty Pack Beast. Return an artifact card from your graveyard to your hand. Like that commander's sphere, you just sacrifice to draw a card. That is it for the commons. Uncommon, we have Volcanic Dragon. It's a 4/4 with flying and haste for 6 mana. Daring Saboteur, 2 mana for a 2/1, but it can't pay 3 and it can't be blocked. And if you connect with an opponent, you draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Patron of the Valiant, 5 mana 4/4. When it enters play, put a +1 counter on each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it. And we have Scroll Rack. I'll have to check the cost on this. 2 mana for an artifact. Pay 1, tap, exile any number of cards from your hand face up, and then put that many cards from the top of your library into your hand. You may then look at the exiled cards and put them on top of your library in any order. Really, I do have to check the cost on that one. We then have Ezior, Wardwing Familiar, a 2 mana 1/3 bird. Spells your opponents cast that target 1 or more commanders you control. Cost 3 more to cast. Ooh, spicy. And, is this, like... No, okay. Whew, got really scared there for a second. And we have Sangir, the Dark Baron. 6 mana for a 4/4 with flying. And whenever another creature dies, put 2 +1/+1 counters on this card. Whenever another player loses the game, you gain life equal to that player's life total as the turn began. That's a fun, not great ability, but still fun. And then our foil is Armillary Sphere. 2 mana artifact, pay 2, tap sack to look for 2 basic lands, put them into your hand. The surprising card out of all of that was Scroll Rack, which I don't know the value of at all. I don't know how much that card is worth, so I'll have to look that up. And it won't be a part of the pack as it goes back into the wrapper. Honestly, neither will Sangir. Yeah, let's check that first. Scroll Rack from Commander Legends. $17.50. No complaints. Especially since I do know how much I paid for each of these Commander Legends boosters, and that was like $8. Well, between 8 and 9. Back to the Pokemon repacks. We have Hoot Hoot, Morpeko, that same Morpeko, Esper with the ability Catterday, Passimian, that's just a common. Wow. Paris. Electric. This one should be uncommon. Professor's Letter. Search for 2 basic energy, reveal them, put them in your hand. Corsola. And a rarest Dragonite. Come on. This is when we had Dragon as a Pokemon type. And Fairy as a Pokemon type. I don't know if we got rid of Dragon or Fairy. I don't know a lot, but when you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon, you may heal all damage from one of your Pokemon. Huh, okay. And our, I guess, reverse foil is Vulpix that knows Confuse Ray. Okay, those go in front, and then these go behind, I believe. All right. I think I've got this figured out. So we've got a Teddiursa, a Joltik, Coughing with Blow Away Bomb. Once during your turn, you may discard this Pokemon with the effect of Roxy. If you do, put 1 damage counter on each of your Pokemon. No, your opponent's Pokemon, not your Pokemon. Onix. Wait, this is just like... This is just regular Onix. Carablast with continuous headbutt. Dedenne, the mad partier. Look at him eating that mushroom. Of course he's gonna party hardy. It is uncommon. Maintenance. Shuffle 2 cards from your hand into your deck and then draw 1 card. Simisear. Presumably each of these leveled up Pan Pokemon, like Pansear, Pan Drown, the Leaf one, all have these same abilities. Marowak, which appears to be our rare, knows Bone Meringue, as of course it does. And Bodyguard, prevent all effects of attacks done to you or your hand by your opponent's Pokemon, and remove any existing effects. The foil we have is an Infernape. This was from Platinum? No, Plasma. So, I think that was still Platinum, right? Because Plasma was Plasma Team Galactic? It was either Generation 5. No, Generation 5, so that was Black and White. Black and White was Plasma, right? Either way, not the greatest card, but not terrible. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Grab these 2, put them in the back. Flip the whole thing around and put all of that in the back. There we go. Stuffle. Not Snubble. A lot of these Pokemon have, like, continuous things. Pikachu, which is higher HP than the first time we saw this Pikachu. Sinistea with Tea Time. Each player draws 2 cards. Machop. Again, more HP than regular. It should have 50. Grubbin. Tranquil. A Great Ball. Finally, after seeing so many ball guys, we finally see a ball. Oh, whoops. These are uncommons. Kakuna. Multiply. Search your deck for up to 3 Kakunas and put them onto your bench. Onto your bench? Ooh. Like, not even evolve, just put them on the bench? Then we got Whimsicott, which is our rare. And a red card. Your opponent shuffles his or her hand into their deck and draws 4 cards. Not the best. Not the worst. I'll put all of these stacked in here nicely and neatly. We're gonna commons, uncommons, rares, foils, as that is the want of my sorting capabilities right now. And then, while yes, it is 3:57, and technically I could say we end the stream now and leave it at that. The other technically is I have one more pack of Commander Legends that I pulled out. And I want to open it. So we open this last one. This is the last pack for today. Once I get it open. There we go. Now, so these packs were Commander Legends, right? Yeah, Commander Legends as opposed to Modern Horizons or... So, a lot of these cards are going to be built around the Commander format, where you have a 100 card singleton deck, where you build around a certain card's color or color combinations as a building restriction. Soldier token. So sometimes you'll get some fun things. Sometimes not so much. Tuned Operative. Undying Rage. Runaway Together. This is a fun card. Choose 2 creatures controlled by different players and then return each of them to their owner's hands. Once it reads. You got the kid and the zombie running away. Armory of Iroas. Wild Celebrant. It's a 5 mana 5/3 that when it comes into play, you destroy an artifact. Captain's Call, make 3 dudes, 1/1 soldiers. Farhaven Elf, again. Bitter Revelations, again. Filigree Familiar, come on. It's a 3 mana 2/2 that when it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life. And when it dies, you draw a card. Raise the Alarm, instant speed, make 2 1/1s as opposed to call the Captain's Call, create 3 1/1s at 4 mana. You can see the drastic power difference between these 2 cards. 1 more guy for twice the mana and slower. Not worth it. Raise the Alarm is a great card though. Annoyed Altasaur. It's a 7 mana 6/5 with Reach, Trample, and Cascade. When you cast a spell, exile the cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card with cost less than this one, and then you cast that one as well. Workshop Assistant. Prophetic Prism. Codex Shredder, our first uncommon. Kumbaj Witches, a reprint from ages past. 2 mana, 1/3. It deals tap deal 1 damage to any target and 1 damage to any target of an opponent's choice. Dreamstone Hedron, 6 mana for an artifact that you can tap for 3 colorless. And then we have, as a rare, Ember Wild Captain. 4 mana for a 4/2. When it enters the battlefield, you become the Monarch. And whenever an opponent attacks you while you are the Monarch, this deals damage to that player equal to the number of cards in their hand. It's probably only going to happen one time. The Abomination of Llanowar. It's a Vigilance, Menace, Star, because its power and toughness equal to the number of elves you control, plus elf cards in your graveyard. Then we have Prava of the Steel Legion. It's a cat soldier. As long as it's your turn, creature tokens you control get +1/+4. Create a 1/4 white soldier creature token. Partner reads, you can have 2 commanders if both have partner. And our rare is a foil strategic... our foil is a foil strategic planning. Oh yeah, we gotta have more of those. Right? Right? Alright, I'm gonna pop to the other scene. So, thank you. Thank you for being here. It's been a... We at least got a lot of opening done today. Thank you for following. If you followed Machami or McHammy, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Chammy. We'll find out later. Thank you for following. If you followed, thank you for watching. If you liked this, if you think your friends will like this, keep coming back. Send a link off to your friends. I've got the links to the YouTube re-uploads and at least I think I have a link to my Twitter in the down below. I'm still working on getting a different looking avatar than what you see here. I have a feeling I know what to do. It's just going to be really difficult because it's going to be hard to find a way around saying specific words when I talk to somebody about it. That way I don't, run afoul of large corporations. But that's neither here nor there. That was this week. I'm not going to be back tomorrow. I'm usually not back on Fridays. Fridays when I upload last week's videos. So starting at noon and then every 15 minutes or so, you can see last week's uploads. I never really mentioned how I do that because it didn't really seem too imperative. The only reason I'm doing it that way is because when I initially did just a blanket upload and everything went up at the same time, some of the episodes didn't go up in the right order. So I had to put them in a playlist, and then I'm just going with this moving forward. Anything else I'm trying to think of? For July now, we finished playing Arcade Spirits, at least for now. We finished playing Arcade Spirits. So the next thing we do will be probably another long form game. I don't know if it'll be just on Wednesdays or Tuesdays and Thursdays. I don't know. I just don't know. If there's anything you'd like to see me do not hesitate to send a message to me here or on Twitter, or leave a comment on YouTube, or gods, if you can find me on Facebook, tell me if you can find me on Facebook, and then also tell me if there's anything else that you want to see me do. Monday arises, we will be back with Hearthstone. I did get on and finish my leveling up to like rank 10 gold, so I'm fine with that, because the new season, the new ladder started today. It's monthly. Today is the first of the month. So unfortunately, you're probably not going to see the rewards from the last month, because I'll get them and then I have to burn through some daily quests anyway, just to make sure I keep getting daily quests. But that's neither here nor there. Thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for talking. Thank you for following. The more people that we have talk and follow, the more people we have, the further down this list I can go of what Twitch wants me to do to actually become an affiliate. Which would be nice. I'd love to do that. Like, I'm not even trying to push, like, partner, because that's way out of the way. I am one person. I don't have, like, moderators or God, like I have some people that show up every time. Like, all of the names here, except for one of you. Thank you for showing up. If this is your first time being here and the first time I've seen you, thank you. All of these names have been here most of the time. So I guess what I'm saying is thank you for being here. I've been doing this for 2 months now, and right now I'm not looking at stopping, and that's a good sign. I don't know what will play going forward. Probably something. Otherwise, I'll find something else to do. But in the meantime, I should probably eat something again before I rush off to do something else with the day. So thank you for being here. Thank you for chatting, following, hanging out. Be good to yourself. Be good to other people. Take care. I'll see you Monday. Goodbye.